Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Yeah, man. Respect and love from the world, nigga. Show them. You nigga on a microphone. Kan du vara sitter number 15. Rock Jones Studio. Bomba claro. ¿De qué manera sufre el alma cuando alguien se va? No hay medicina que cure esa larga enfermedad. La vitamina de la vida en esta sociedad es tan divina que por nombre tiene libertad. Libérate de la mentira que está por llegar. Mide tu orgullo antes de empezar a hablar. Cierra la puerta a quien no merezca entrar, porque hay mucho que se fue y sueña con regresar. Hablemos en silencio y así no me mentirás. El poder de la palabra muere cuando hablan de más. No me fío de oraciones que se dicen por detrás. Si me miras a los ojos no te mentiré jamás. Que besar por besar es jugar por jugar. Y vivir sin amor es vivir sin amar. Solo queda la fe, solo queda soñar. Ponte de pie, ready para luchar. Some love, I can just smoke and there are some love them. I can just smoke and there are some love. I remember no fire, no burn. Ribby day. Cali with a mama soul, yeah. ¿De cuánto tiempo hablamos cuando hablamos de querer? Si la mitad lo malgastamos solo en comprender. ¿De qué manera es más fácil aprender? Que nacemos para ganar y morimos al perder. No puedo dejar de animarte, que cuando te caigas debes levantarte. Llegué para contarte que no todo artista muere por su arte. Traigo el honor de un humano con valor que utiliza poesía para respirar mejor. Escribo prosa para vengar al amor y recuerda aquella rosa que tiraron al contenedor. ¿Dónde se quedó el amor? Hey, que no vaya sitio, no microphone forever, never. Tell me, roll some love, I can just smoke and the light, some love them. I Rastafari my life, some love. I remember no fire, no burn, ribby day. I live with a farmer soul, yeah. Reggae man a farmer warrior day. Not I really think. Yeah, man. Y se piensa que la música es un juego, lo lleva claro, hermano. Desde España, internacional, bomba, clack, y Lego. Not really easy. No. Pure nigga on a microphone. Hey, tell us any tree. Tell if I'm a rasta, feeling on my sin. Hey, more love. Yeah, man, real bomba clock and I set it volume 8. This is the music from the my niggas. Yeah, man. Oh, ribby damn, ribby damn. Hey, hey. La 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 la. You man a tribute for Black Hood Ray. Hey, hey, hey. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Por soñar soñé que todo cambiaría, por pensar pensé. Luchar a sangre fría sin perder la fe. Viviendo el día a día, más con sentimiento que marcó mi sinfonía. Darle pan al que no puede comer, darle bendición al que sepa renacer. 3000 errores solemos cometer, pero solo un gran hombre los sabrá reconocer. Y me di cuenta de tantas cosas, algunas crudas, otras bastante hermosas. Son los más sabios, personas poderosas, no aquellos bastardos que destrozan nuestras prosas. Es la perdición, mala situación de manchar tu corazón por tu mala acción. Dame una razón para darte mi perdón. Siento que tu alma se consume como el humo de este blon. Derramo poesía, arte mensajero que reclamo cada día. Pretendo ser sincero, más comparto mi alegría con todo caballero que mantenga la presión cuando andamos bajo cero. Sentimientos perdidos con calma, malos actos mancharon tu alma. No pide perdón quien dispara el arma, no sabe que un ladrón se bate con el karma. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, the dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, the dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Wanna ganja respect from volume 8. My niggas on volume 8, this is key on the studio respect. Alright, alright, alright. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Belong a time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Belong a time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Oh. La 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 la. When I got just smoking from the studio up the on. And when I can just turn nigga on the floor. When I live a sound. Oh them, ah. Bye bye rhythm, bye bye sound in
viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, La costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
All right. All right. Testing. Uno, dos, tres. Testing. Uno, dos, tres. Oh, that's right. Hold on a second, family. Hold on. I gotta do something. All right. God, shoot. Give me a quick second. Let me play some chill real quick. I gotta connect something real quick because if not, it's gonna stall. I figured it out. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I forgot, man. My bad. Okay, so I think this is gonna do just fine right here. Oh, that's right, man. I didn't even take out the picture, bro. Yeah, it's let me do this. Let me show you guys something. All right, gotta do it this way. Now let me check something out real quick. First of all, who's there? Ain't nobody here. All right. Well, whoever's here in secret, what's up, Shalom? Buenas noches, buenos dias, buenas tardes. This is actually live. It's January 8th, 9:46 Pacific Standard Time. Yeah, I'm here. Just give me a second. I'm trying to get something going. I want to make sure that the feed is connected well because Okay, so I think we got it set. Okay, now let's see. We got this about 5 people here. Hey, what up, bro? Let me. What's up? Yeah, Rod, 12 Stones. First John. Well, let me just say what's up. Shalom. Whoever else is gonna be there. Shalom family. Okay, cool, bro. No one else is gonna be. Nobody's gonna say anything. All right. So let me just read this real quick before I get started. First John 3:9, amplified. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, let me get it off the. Let me get it off my Bible real quick. Thanks. Just do it real quick. I don't want to switch pages on my screen, so we'll just do it this way, and we'll get the session going. First John 3. Give me a second. Quick, man, a little slow. First John 3, verse 9. It says, "Who's we reading the second? Yeah, whosoever is born of God does not commit sin, for his seed remaineth in him, and he cannot sin because he is born of God." That's an important scripture to bring up, man, because a lot of times we forget what that really means. I'll give you something to ponder on, not you specifically, brother, just for the fam that is listening in before we get thoroughly started. Sirach 12:6 talks about this. For the Most High hated sinners and will be paid vengeance on to the ungodly, and keepeth them against the mighty day of the punishment. So keep this in mind, that we're talking about sinners, people that are really willing to sin, like you enjoy that crap. Now, don't get it twisted or confused. There has to be an intentful transgression. This is the concept of mercy. This is why we hear of Abraham constantly being referenced by Paul. Paul is basically saying that. Now, the reason why I have you guys on today is I want to introduce this to you. So I'm going to share. Look, I'm going to see what exactly I'm going to be told. All right. And I think you guys will know what I'm talking about. I've seen this several times. I saw this almost 8 years ago. I think it's a great video. I had another class that I wanted to tackle today, which is called this here, I believe. Let me see if I have it. No, I don't have it in here, but it's in one of the list, and it's yeah, I'll show you guys real quick. So you can see what I'm talking about. Hold on, let me turn this down real quick. This is kind of a little hyped up. Okay, what is this one here? Let me see if I can turn this down a little bit. All right, that's a little bit different. All right, cool. That's good. Anyways, I always like background music, anyhow, man. Whether it's in here in my room, I can't play music right now in my room. Anyway, so what was I going to show you? Okay, here it goes. The class I wanted to play was, or actually talk about. Oh, that's right. I did take it off. Hold on. I'll show you right now. Yeah, I took them all off, didn't I? Anyways, I have another topic to talk about, but I think this is going to lead into the class for Friday. And hopefully you guys can understand. Now, I don't know how far we can go into this. I hope we can go into this far. I'll just say it like that. And I think you guys can appreciate it. You're going to see some of my maybe stuff that I use constantly. But this is a really deep topic. This is a topic that a lot of us don't really hear about, talk about. And the reason I want to show this is because I did see the series of Pancho Villa. And I would highly recommend that you brothers and sisters listen and watch that, because the turmoil that our people went through from 1800 and on, not even considering 1760, I'm just talking about 1800 and on, right? Wars from different directions, from different nations. And then internally, you would need to really understand the type of spiritual resistance that we carry as a people, collectively or even individually. The history is important. We must understand what it's about. So I hope you guys can appreciate it. Let's see how far we can go with this, okay? Let's go, man.
Tierra, agua, libertad, justicia y ley.
From the moment it wins its independence from Spain in 1821, Mexico is buffeted by instability and war. In the Mexican-American War of 1848, it loses half of its land to the U.S. Then, 2 decades later, France invades and installs a monarch. Near the end of the 19th century, 2 decades of peace. But at the dawn of the 20th century, as political turmoil boils over in Russia, China, and elsewhere, Mexico erupts once again. This time, it's a deluge of violence that will claim nearly 2 million victims.
Now, I typically don't just let a documentary play, but first of all, let me give credit to this gentleman here. The gentleman is called Alejandro Lopez, okay? He created this video documentary. I believe it's him, okay? I couldn't find it anywhere else. It was back in October 10, 2013, so all credit goes to him. I don't have any credit towards this, but I think it's a beautiful history. If you want to, watch the series of Pancho Villa, I would highly suggest it, but it's like 10, 45-minute long ones. This is going to summarize it. And for you that really care about your heritage, right, or Mexica tribe, Mexica, which relates to Mexicanos, you can't be that unless you are that, which is what I want to talk about on Friday too as well. So this is going to segue into that topic, man. Anyways, let's continue. I think this is great. I hope you guys can enjoy it. All right, let's go.
Cataclysmic revolution that will change Mexico forever.
La revolución es un proceso social que tiene una relación íntima con toda la historia de México del siglo XIX. Vamos a encontrar nosotros que están presentes 2 Méxicos.
México es un país muy grande y territorialmente, geográficamente, muy separado, las montañas de las planicies. Lo que sucedió en el norte de México, en el centro de México y en el sur de México puede contarse como historias hasta cierto punto comunes, pero sí con muchísimas diferencias.
The exploitation of Indians, the racism, the class differences, they have a huge impact on Mexico. And the revolution, which we're talking about now, was supposed to put a stop to this, but it didn't.
In 1876, reeling from nearly a century of conflict, Mexico elects Porfirio Diaz president. For more than 30 years, he will rule Mexico with an iron fist in what will become known as the Porfiriato. To some, he is the benevolent father, the peacemaker, but to others, the traitor, the man who gave Mexico away to the foreigners.
The Porfiriato is, in some ways, the beginning of that peculiar relationship between Mexico and the United States. The Porfiristas believed, given the economic thinking of that time, that the way to move ahead was to open the gates to foreign investment. Mexico was right next to the United States, so Mexico was largely an economic colony of the United States by 1900.
The center of power during the Porfiriato is Mexico City. Here, Diaz surrounds himself by a group of technocrats known as the Científicos. This circle of power controls much of the nation's.
Hey, fam, by the way, let me just remind you guys. Hold on.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
And for all you,
Fuck that puto!
and then make sure you get that straight.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
If you guys want some, you can any day, anytime. Today, though, by the way, this is the documentary that I want to share with you guys because this is just kind of like a perspective of how I see things. One of the probably best videos I've ever seen, and I want to share them with you today because on Friday, I'm going to piggyback off of this. I'm telling you, encomiendas. Matter of fact, let's do this today so you can see what I'm talking about, okay? The future class is going to talk about this right here. Let me show you something. It's going to be feudalism, okay? Feudalism is a political, economic, legal, military, and cultural system that was prevalent in Europe from the 9th and to 15th century, technically 500 AD through 1500 AD, which is relative to the Bible. It was a system of decentralized government where landowning elites, follow me, or the aristocracy governed the general population. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Vassalage is called. A vassal, like say, for example, me, would perform services for a lord, like my boss, in exchange for protection and land. You get what I'm saying? The king says, I own land, I'm going to give it to you, you serfdom or so-called vassal, as long as you give me money. These services could include military, administrative, and personal duties. Homage, the vassal would pledge an oath of the loyalty to the lord in a ceremony called homage. The vassal promised not to harm the lord or the land. But what would he do? A fief or scythe, a lord would grant a vassal land tenure, kind of like head rights program, or a fief in exchange for vassal services. A common method of settling disputes between trial by battle were accusers and blah, blah, blah. So get this in mind that a feudal system eventually declined due to the complex lord-vassal relationship, war, plague, and all these things. You're going to see me and hear me get deep on this on Friday because I'm going to go back to my office, and that's just going to be fire. I'm looking forward to it. So remember, keep in mind that feudalism is going to relate to what we're going to be watching right now because this is what I'm talking about, family. Feudalism is not that different from encomiendas. Think about it. Feudalism is basically land ownership. I give you land. I trust my land into you because I'm going to prepare myself to get tribute from you. Sounds very encomienda-like to me, don't it? So now that we can get an idea of where I'm going with this on Friday, hopefully you can appreciate this a little bit more. Let's go.
Wealth, little regard for anyone outside their circle.
The científicos were the people who implemented his economic policies. These were the people who wrote the legislation for the passage of laws. These were the people who put together the contracts between the Mexican government and foreign companies and so on. They were elitist. Some of them were racist. That is, they believed in the notion that the biggest problem that Mexico faced was its backward Indian population.
And check this out. I'll be revealed. You're right. It's all Roman origin, dude. It's literally crazy because on Friday I'm going to bring out a book called The Moors in Spain, and it literally reflects on, or at least gives us a real small short history, plus other links I have on how the Visigoths, the Franks, all of these so-called Anglo-Saxons originated from Greece and Rome, which is why I find it so awkward that they have a problem with, LGBTQ, when in reality that's like so natural for them. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of weird. Anyways, yeah, let's continue, bro. And listen, again, this is a documentary. I appreciate you guys that are here. you that watch this channel, man. But I'm telling you right now, you that are new, I would highly suggest to watch this video. You're going to learn a lot, and you can see what it is. It's going to go a couple hours, but I'm telling you, after this point, that's it. I'm gonna continue to go and let it watch, man. You guys enjoy it. All right, let's go.
Bueno, fundamentalmente durante el Porfiriato, la expresión artística siempre estuvo viendo, o sea, con los ojos hacia Europa. Esto nos hace ver que siempre México, no obstante ser un país que se ha independizado, que está buscando su identidad, sigue con los ojos puestos siempre en Europa. Y en este caso, Porfirio Díaz está como muy claro de que para él México tiene que ser moderno, México tiene que ser un país de avanzada. Y por eso su lema de orden, paz y progreso. Ya está toda la industrialización y viene todo lo de la luz eléctrica y empieza todo lo de esta modernidad de las urbes. Por otra parte, tenemos a todo este pueblo indígena, este pueblo campesino, que está marginado, que no se le atiende, en donde se va a encontrar el descontento.
Porfirio Diaz was a strong ruler, and he held Mexico together with the help of the military of Hacendados and with American backing. The unrest was there because of the nature of that economy and the society of that time. Rural Mexico was poor. The hacienda system was a tragedy for Mexico.
The haciendas were large estates. Some originated from Spanish land grants, while others were made up of lands the owners had bought or stolen.
Sorry, I said I was going to let it play. I just want to remind you, haciendas, land grants. Remember, land grants, feudalism. Feudalism relates to land grants or in trust. Encomiendo, te encomiendo. I entrust in you. Feudalism, look it up. Get ready for Friday. Listen, I'm going to bring up some stuff, some information. You know how I do it, family. It's an important topic because I'm going to show you how it's just, once again, Ecclesiastes. Anyhow, you that are new, welcome to the channel. In case you don't know, I don't really play documentaries here. I usually go with my classes, but today I want to show you guys one of the best videos I've ever seen. And I may interject randomly. I'm just kind of like, making sure that I prepare the video for you guys. So you guys that are just coming in, you maybe want to stick around. This is a very good topic because on Friday I'm going to go deep into and branch off from this particular conversation we're going to have tonight. All right, enjoy, fam.
They were nearly totally self-sufficient enterprises that up until the Revolution, some originated from Spanish land grants, while others were made up of lands the owners had bought or stolen. They were nearly totally self-sufficient enterprises that up until the Revolution functioned in a semi-feudal system. The haciendas generated much of the wealth of the country, but most of it stayed in the hands of a few. The owner, called an hacendado, had nearly total power over the peones, the people who worked the land. The southern state of Morelos was home to some of the richest haciendas in all of Mexico. Many of them were sugar plantations, long known for horrendous conditions. After centuries of abuse, Morelos was ripe for a rebellion.
Un día en Cocoyoc, ahí en esa calle donde vivo, pues encuentra un español. Indio, ¿qué haces? Así con esa palabra orgullosa. ¿Qué haces, indio? El indio se agacha. Usted lo ve, señor. Porque ya sabía que la opresión era grande. Por eso, los que nos lanzamos a la revolución en defensa de la patria, no fue una valentía, un orgullo, una necesidad.
Que querían que trabajáramos a punta de cigarronazos por 25 centavos, amaneciendo hasta metesol. Andaban los alcapaces en las calles, que no hubiera ninguno en su casa sentado ni acostado menos, y lo veían, vamos para afuera, ni permiso pedían los alcapaces. A punta de chicotazo, vamos a cargarse la calle, a cortar calle, por 25 centavitos. centavitos, no pesos, como ahora. ¿Y quién iba a aguantar eso? Dígame, ¿quién va a aguantar eso? Luego resultó esa la revolución.
In the north, the railroad means progress. But for the small landowners, whose lands are taken over, progress means being left behind.
Pues van a producir muchos bandidos, van a producir muchos hombres libres que no están dispuestos a ser peones de Hacienda. Y al momento en que se viene la revolución, muchos de los que se integran a los grupos revolucionarios son esos que fueron despojados o los hijos de esos que fueron despojados.
In the late Porfiriato, Americans had huge stakes in Mexico. The beginnings of petroleum, mining especially. The railroads were built by Americans. Many Americans owned land in Mexico. These were economic interests, and the Americans wanted to protect these interests.
American investments in Mexico were enormous in the early part of the 20th century. Some authorities say they were greater in value than all of the investments in property owned by Mexicans in Mexico.
While this close relationship with the U.S. benefits the científicos, Diaz is keenly aware that it places Mexico in a precarious and potentially dangerous position.
The Mexican government of Diaz was very much afraid of American influence. So wherever they could, they attempted to favor European interests.
In 1908, Howard Taft is elected the 27th president of the U.S. One of his main goals is to implement what he calls dollar diplomacy, his version of economic development in Latin America.
Unfortunately, the Howard Taft administration was incredibly ignorant of Latin America in general, and Mexico specifically in this case. His knowledge of Mexico came from his advisors, who were interested in Mexico and in Latin America only for the purposes of generating profits for American companies.
Storm clouds begin to gather as a worldwide financial crisis causes skyrocketing interest rates. Farmers in northern Mexico go broke. Across the country, many are hungry. Among the hardest hit are the miners who often face intolerable working conditions. The abuse in the mines leads to strikes, and the strikes to violence.
The first of those strikes happened in northern Mexico in a copper mining town called Cananea, which is about 50 miles south of the Arizona border. The copper miners were both Mexican workers and US workers. And the strike broke out partly because Mexican workers wanted equal wages as the US counterparts, who were generally earning twice as much money. The thing that really grabbed the headlines in Mexico was the intervention of about 250 Arizona Rangers. And there were about 20 to 30 workers killed during the strike. And this caused really major outrage in the rest of Mexico because it implied that Porfirio Diaz couldn't control domestic affairs.
Strikes break out all over the country, at textile mills, tobacco factories, and railroad yards. In the cities, professionals complain they are being shut out from government jobs. There's discontent among landowners and businessmen as they watch the científicos prosper at their expense. Perhaps Diaz has been in charge long enough.
Si vemos al Porfiriato desde el punto de vista del crecimiento y la afirmación de una economía mexicana, de una clase dirigente y una cultura, vamos a ver un espectáculo. Si lo vemos desde el punto de vista de la opresión de los indígenas, de los campesinos mexicanos, los trabajadores urbanos, en que esto se basaba, vamos a ver otra visión. Si combinamos las dos visiones, lo que nos va a aparecer en el medio es una gran injusticia. Esto es el Porfiriato.
In 1908 comes a book, La Sucesión Presidencial, criticizes the 30-year Diaz dictatorship and calls for new elections. Its author, Francisco Madero, is virtually unknown outside of his home state of Coahuila.
He came from a very prominent, wealthy family of hacendados and textile owners, mines, and so on and so forth. He even studied briefly at the University of California at Berkeley.
Well, the attitude toward Francisco Madero by that small elite circle that surrounded Diaz was that he was basically a crackpot. He was referred to as the little crazy one, el loquito. So Francisco Madero just simply wasn't taken seriously. He was almost considered like a fly, an irritant, a gnat.
What does get the attention of President Diaz is a proclamation known as the Plan de San Luis Potosí. It calls for his removal.
Madero was not a radical. What he wanted was to have elections, free elections in Mexico, and he wanted to be president. And, you know, he meant well, but he wasn't a man who was going to overturn the hacienda system. He wasn't a great friend of labor. He just happened to come on the scene at the right time.
Madero's call to revolution sparks numerous uprisings. In the northern states of Sonora and Chihuahua, ranchers and small businessmen had band together to form anti-reelectionist clubs to depose Diaz. Now they take up arms.
So again, I would highly suggest to, when you get a chance, well, after this, when it's done, go to, I think it's on Hulu. It's the Pancho Villa series. It's in Spanish, and it's very, very good, fam. It's going to help you connect and understand what this is talking about. Now, I will also invite you to read a book called Secretos de 1910, okay? Secrets of 1910. It's going to give you a history about how this whole revolution, all this turmoil, where was it really coming from? It was coming from the north. You know what I mean? It was coming from the north, all right? I would also ask you to go and get yourself a book called The Harvest of an Empire by Juan Gonzalez. That is going to really help you out. Also, Open Veins of Latin America by Eduardo Galeano. And then, and in case you don't know this, The American Holocaust. If you have those four right there, it should be sufficing enough to, you know, combine them with, you know, with the Bible, with the scriptures. You'll find ourselves in there, you know what I mean, other than outside of like the traditional sense. Anyway, so this video, if you guys are again new or come just showing up, I'm showing a documentary, and it giving you a history about what I'm going to touch on with a little bit more of a well, this is going to present to us why it was important to take land and divide, or what they call balkanization. I'll talk about that on Friday as well. It's going to be a deep class. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
In the U.S., President Taft is caught off guard. These uprisings could easily threaten American interests.
Well, Taft, because he didn't know what the hell was going on in Mexico, didn't know what to do. So he basically did nothing directly, but allow his emissary in Mexico City, Henry Lane Wilson, a great deal of space to do what Henry Lane Wilson thought was in the American interest.
In Mexico City, Ambassador Wilson is the dean of the International Diplomatic Corps. Over the years, he and Diaz become allies. Diaz provides stability in a business-friendly environment. Wilson provides American financial and political support. But with Madero's declaration of war and the amassing of revolutionary troops in the north and south, there is concern in Mexico City and in Washington about how Diaz will weather this storm, which is quickly closing in on him on several fronts. The biggest threat now facing Diaz comes from the northern state of Chihuahua, where a rough-and-tumble outlaw turned revolutionary has put together an army to serve Madero and topple the Diaz regime.
president of Mexico 8 times, about 30 years. And he was a tyrant, and he favored, European law, and he opened. Hold on a second, family. Hey, hey, man, that's a trip, bro. You know what's a trip? I'm so banned, pinches diablos, way. Pinches diablos, bro. Do you want to know what happened? For some reason, my phone, right? Like I saw this message, like the audio, and there's an option where it says my phone. Pinche diablo, bro. Diablo, bro. Wow. Anyhow, what I was saying, let me just kind of summarize it. Feudalism. Feudalism is something that we need to be paying attention to. What does it mean? Feudalism was a system in which people were given land and protection by the people of higher rank. Sounds like encomiendas. Spain came, conquistadors helped them conquer, and then land was given to conquistadors as encomiendas, right? With the peons living there. Do you think that, and by the way, and protection by people of higher rank and worked and fought for them in return? As feudalism decayed in the West, it gave rise to the mercantile class, meaning capitalism. But there is still, feudalism and capitalism. And I'm going to explain that on Friday. I'm going to show you how feudalism, encomiendas, haciendas, it never changed. It's always been, and even to this day, I'll give you one example. When you go buy property, right? I'll give you guys a secret. This is crazy. You buy a property, let's say the property, I don't know, whatever, 4-bedroom home, or 2-bedroom home, I don't know what land, whatever. Let's just say summarize it $100,000. I know that it's just very cheap. It doesn't really happen, but let's just say you buy a house for $100,000 cash. Okay, free and clear. You don't owe anything. All right, you don't owe anything anymore. However, you have to pay property taxes, right? If you don't pay for property taxes,
that property will then be confiscated or repossessed or foreclosed on, right? Now, this is the even most interesting part. The only way that that property becomes valuable to you, or if it's equitable, is if you go and get what's called currency, which is not money, by the way. Currency is not money, family. And we're going to get into that stuff even deeper into my class now. However, the point being is this: an imaginary paperwork gives value to your land. Without that banking confirmation of a stamp, your land means nothing. But you know what means something? Property taxes. If you don't pay that shit, they can take that from you. I'm telling you, man, feudalism is a crazy thing. And I'll tell you this right now, when I show you guys a book that shows us historically who practiced this, it's going to blow your mind, because the scriptures talk about that this beast, you know what I'm saying, will be shut down for about 1,000 years, and then it will have but a short time to come back and try to rule once more. And we'll see that this beast has a similar, spirit, attitude, personification of itself, and also governmental way. And this is what the scriptures talk about when it'll give you signs and you shall be wondered by it. So that's why it's beautiful when Revelation 1:3 says, man, blessed is he that readeth, because then you will understand that even these little words mean something. Feudalism, whoever thought of that? I mean, not I'm sure people thought, but whoever thought that feudalism had a lot to do with encomiendas? And when I read these things, matter of fact, there's documentation showing that they didn't even want to relate encomiendas with feudalism. Of course not. It would be so Spaniard offensive. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue.
¿Quién es Villa? Villa es un hombre que viene de la violencia social, de la violencia justificada, vamos a decirlo de esa manera.
In the early period of his life, he was an outlaw, and not even a major outlaw. The idea that he was a major Robin Hood, taking from the rich, giving to the poor, before the revolution, is a legend.
Villa aprende rápidamente las técnicas militares de artillería, todo lo que tenga que ver con la ciencia militar. Y la otra cosa es que ante el pueblo, Villa es un hombre exactamente como cualquier campesino, como cualquier minero, como cualquier jornalero, como cualquier peón. Entonces se le agrega todo esto, lo que él ha aprendido como jefe de bandoleros, a cómo tratar a la gente, y todo esto lo hace.
By the way, I do want to say this. I appreciate all the people that brothers and sisters that subscribed. There's a 640 something. But I will tell you that by the response, I think we have no idea, and I don't think we've been taught this enough, of what this man actually did, what Pancho Villa and Zapata did. I mean, we're talking about men that led other men to stand up for themselves, to grab a weapon and say, F you, I'm tired of this oppression. We saw earlier how the man said it wasn't bravery. It wasn't like, oh, because I was tough. No, it was out of necessity. When you start digging into the character or the history, you're going to find out that there's a lot left out. Because if you really remember, when all of this was occurring, only about 5% of our people were literate, meaning that could read. 5% at this time, only 5% could read, which, by the way, in case you don't know this, Pancho Villa had something to do with many schools being open, so then our gente could start learning, meaning what they call peons, right? Los pueblos. We didn't see them as indígenas. We just say gente del pueblo, güey. So again, and I'll talk about it more on Friday, man. But it's interesting because it brings me back to that topic of Chicano. What does it really mean to be Chicano? Because there's a history to it. Mexicano, Mexica. And by the way, I have a map that shows from like 1800 what it's called Chicana. The land's called Chicana. The land's called Chicana, Chicana, C-A-N-A. This was way before 1920, 1910, 1900, 1890, 1870. We're talking about way earlier. A map that I'm still looking for it, by the way. I'm not lying. Or I'm going to go back to my videos because I showed it in one of my classes. So it goes back to the whole what the brother Marble has said in one of his videos, which I'm going to show on Friday. If you have to understand the definition of a word before you go and pounce on that word and say, or boast on it. I'm sorry, not pounce on it. Yeah, pounce on it or boast on it. You can't be pouncing on it and say, nah, I don't like it because or no, this is what it means. If you don't know what it means, we all got to be mindful of that stuff. What was that again? Didn't he take 100 of orphan children and gave them homes? Yeah, he did. I mean, this is why I'm telling you, bro. It's on Hulu. It's called Pancho Villa. It's a series. You'll see that it'll give you the personal life of him and just the way that he carried himself. You know what I'm saying? His background and all that stuff. And there's books that support that actual story. And the reason why I was kind of in awe about it is because of just what our gente was doing, bro. War after war after war, man. War after war, bro. We were fighting the French, the British, the northern ones up here, the Anglos, right? The gringos. We were fighting the internal ones. We were also fighting Germans. Remember Maximilian came over here? Germans, French, British, gringos. You know what I'm saying? You know how they come in both colors. And then internally, the fucking Spaniards, and then the sellouts. I'm telling you, family. If there's a nation of people that has extreme resistance, brother, you're looking at our people right fucking now. Hold on. Come on, give it to me, bro. What the hell? You can't play it no more? Not that one. What the hell?
Viva
There you
Mexico,
go.
cabrones!
Anyways, all right, man. Oh, and by the way, you guys. Fuck that puto. That's what. In case you guys don't know, look it up. Let's continue.
Un gigante.
Francisco Villa is a man of contradictions who embodies the spirit of the northern border states of Sonora and Chihuahua. Bold, brash with a flair for the dramatic, he never passes up an opportunity to be photographed. Down in the southern state of Morelos, a quieter, more calculating leader has captured the hearts and minds of the people.
Emiliano Zapata was probably the most dangerous figure for the moderates, for the liberals, for the reformers. He was dangerous because of his demand for land reform. It was a major threat to the whole notion of how power would be organized and had been organized in Mexico previously. So when Emiliano Zapata demanded the respect of these people, it was an incredible threat to that social order that took for granted the assumption that they had the right to rule, and that these indios, these descalzos, these peasants, the people who didn't wear shoes, the people that had no education and so on, had no right to have a place in Mexico.
And you know what, man? I'm not saying anything that I'm close to that revolution, at that level, man, with a gun and horses and power and risking my life like that. But I really can connect with what he's talking about at that moment, man, because it's like I got tired of hearing the left and the right just constantly bickering and shit and all this and that, and our people are just getting decimated and stepped on and criticized and wetbag and spics and whatever and illegal alien. I'm gonna deport you. Like it's no big deal. You know what I mean? It's like you call us wetbags as if it's no different than the word nigger. And I'm sorry to say it, but that's what it means. When you call a Mexican, Mexica, or Mexican, so-called Mexican, a wetback, it's what if you call a so-called African American a nigger. And you guys think that it's not insulting. It is extremely insulting. And you guys that hold that title, oh, well, they're Mongolians, is the same effing shit. Because you correlate that. And damn well, scientifically speaking, because you guys use a lot of science, that shit is a damn derogatory terminology. But it's okay, right? That's okay. And this is why I relate to him, because like, man, I got tired of that shit. So guess what? I want the floor. So, and I got something to say. And if you don't think if you think I'm wrong, then prove me wrong, because I'm going to show material stuff about who we are spiritually and mentally. We are powerful people as well. And just because we prefer to maybe plant a tree doesn't make us any stupider. You know what I'm saying? It's like you forget that wisdom has nothing to do with intellect. It's silly to me, but again, let's continue.
Era un hombre de buen cuerpo, era un hombre muy noble, pero valiente. Eso sí. Cuando yo anduve con él, 2 años nada más, nosotros lo cuidábamos a él como él nos cuidaba a nosotros. Y ese era su pensamiento de él.
Emiliano Zapata literally carried around the ancestral claims to the land of his family and his followers in his town and in the area, the region from which he came. And these documents went back to the colonial period, when Spanish authorities granted the indigenous people of that area those lands that were associated with Cuautla, those other towns in that area. It was this land that gave life to these communities. And that's what Zapata represented.
Villa and Zapata are from different regions, different worlds. But at their core, they have similar values.
In some respects, their visions were similar, in others somewhat different. Both of them wanted a weak central government. They didn't want the central government to interfere with their areas. They were regionalists. Zapata thought in terms of Morelos and its surroundings, state of Mexico, going as far as Puebla and Tlaxcala, while Villa thought in terms of the north, Chihuahua, Durango, Zacatecas.
Both want agrarian reform, but the visions for land reform are different. This has to do with the history of these regions and the sort of people who live there.
En Morelos es mucho más fuerte el peso de la sociedad indígena y la tradición de las comunidades indígenas. Entonces hay una tradición mucho más comunitaria en comparación con la tradición más individualista que hay en el norte.
Madero's plan to overthrow Porfirio Diaz turns into full-scale warfare. In the spring of 1911, he takes on Diaz's federal army at Casas Grandes, Chihuahua. Then the campaign continues north to the border city of Juárez.
In 1911, when Madero was besieging Ciudad Juárez and victory seemed in the offing, Madero suddenly hesitated. Porfirian emissaries warned him, if you attack Ciudad Juárez, bullets might fly across the border into the United States, the Americans will intervene, so it's too dangerous. And he decided to retreat from Ciudad Juárez.
Madero's revolutionary army is under the command of 2 generals who are eager to fight.
sorry, fam. I just want to show you real quick before I let it run completely, okay? So the guy on the right, all right, the guy on the right right here, the guy on the right over here, right? This gentleman right there. I think that's called Fierro. When you watch the series on Hulu from Pancho Villa, that dude is nuts, man. He's a killer, bro. Y'all gonna like that. He's no holds bar. The guy right here is Orozco, and this is Pancho Villa. Okay, so it's important to get a good short history, and then you can go long-winded on it, because then you'll start seeing it. Now, again, The Open Veins of Latin America by Eduardo Galeano, American Holocaust, and then also Harvest of Empire by Juan Gonzalez, and then what was the other one? Shoot. Anyway, I'll remember it. All right. Anyways, let's go. All right. So I'm going to let it play now. You guys enjoy the rest of the class.
Madero's revolutionary army is under the command of two generals who are eager to fight, Francisco Villa and Pascual Orozco.
Against the orders of Madero, they attacked Ciudad Juárez. Madero finally had to agree, and the revolutionists gained a major victory, and that changed the whole relationship of forces in Mexico.
In Mexico City, Villa cowers inside the presidential palace. Outside in the Zócalo, the central plaza, thousands clamor for his resignation. Madero spares Diaz's life under the condition he'll go into exile.
Cuando don Porfirio finalmente se dio cuenta que había que retirarse porque era la única manera que vieron de tratar de contener lo que estaba sucediendo. En frase famosa, verdadera o no, que haya dicho, Madero ha soltado un tigre, a ver cómo hace ahora para cabalgarlo. Pero es muy difícil cabalgar un tigre.
The military officer who was in charge of the military detachment that takes Diaz to Veracruz to get on the boat that would take him into exile was Victoriano Huerta. Huerta is an opportunist, a manipulator, is willing to use people, is willing to kill people in order to quench his thirst for power. So Madero entrusted Victoriano Huerta with that duty. And it was a sign of his willingness to use men like Huerta to, in a sense, trust them, that turned out to be a fatal flaw in Madero, of trusting the wrong people at the wrong time.
General Huerta accompanies Porfirio Diaz and his family to the port of Veracruz. From here, Diaz sails to France. He will live out the remainder of his days in Paris, an exiled man. In Mexico City, Madero marches in triumphantly. It seems that just about everyone is swept up in this new movement called Maderismo.
La revolución de 1910 en esta primera etapa es una revolución de personas formales, personas decentes. Entonces, el hecho de que un líder fuera reconocido en todas partes como bandolero le pesaba mucho a Madero, y prácticamente Madero hace a un lado a Villa.
In October 1911, Francisco Madero sweeps the presidential election. There is a sense of tranquility all across Mexico, but this period of peace will be short-lived. Almost from the beginning, Madero's grip on his presidency is weak. He has the support of Villa, but loses the backing of one of his early allies, General Pascual Orozco.
Madero quería que se reformara el sistema político sin una revolución. Y cuando la revolución triunfa, él pone límites muy claros. Él no quiere desmantelar todo el sistema.
Ambassador Henry Lane Wilson has little regard for Madero. He believes Madero is the wrong man to run Mexico. Wilson sees himself as the arbiter of U.S. policy in Mexico. So he begins his own campaign to undermine the Mexican president.
Wilson is there, receiving the indications of the building coup, encouraging it, reporting very dire warnings to Washington. The country is in chaos, all our interests will be lost, the lives of Americans are in danger, despite the reports from the consuls, which indicated quite the opposite.
For Zapata, it's clear. With Madero, there is no future for agrarian reform. The entire region of Morelos starts to slip from Madero's grasp.
Zapata had revolted in the name of Madero, but Madero had never controlled him. And what Zapata wanted was an immediate land reform. Madero fought against him. He was, in the final account, an hacendado. He was not willing to agree to any expropriation of people from his own class.
Y entonces rompe el movimiento campesino con Madero. El gobierno maderista da la orden de luchar por desarmar a los zapatistas y fue una lucha muy cruenta.
Zapata promulga el Plan de Ayala el 6 de noviembre de 1911, levantándose en armas contra Madero, nombrando al jefe de esa revolución a Pascual Orozco.
Emiliano Zapata and Pascual Orozco joined forces, posing a serious threat to Madero. Orozco had been Madero's ally in the beginning, but was pushed aside because the general had defied the president at the Battle of Juarez. But the way Madero handles Orozco will come to cost the president more than he could ever imagine.
When there's the break between Madero and Orozco, Madero turns to Huerta to lead the federal troops against Orozco, somewhat reluctantly, because Huerta had a reputation already. He was a thug, he was a drunkard, he was corrupt. Huerta then goes after Orozco with complete impunity when it came to squashing the Orozco rebellion, because he saw this was the opportunity for Madero to be beholden to him, Victoriano Huerta.
Ambassador Wilson supports Huerta, but in Washington, there is little respect for the general. He's too unpredictable and ruthless. So the Taft administration begins to look for options in the event that Madero is ousted. Although Orozco is considered a hero by Mexicans, he has declared himself to be anti-American. But in the northern states of Chihuahua and Durango, popular support for Villa keeps growing.
Y en la medida en que el liderazgo de Villa va creciendo, Estados Unidos lo apoya, porque además Villa demuestra una simpatía muy grande por los norteamericanos. O sea, de 1913 a 1914, Villa no tiene más de que halagos para los norteamericanos. Entonces saben del poder que tiene con el pueblo. Y mientras ese poder lo pueden controlar, dejan que se desarrolle.
General Villa chooses to play it smart. He doesn't take sides. This way, he gets what he wants: U.S. support and American weapons. In the summer of 1912, Madero attempts to gain favor with the Zapatistas by taking a new approach. He tries to work out concessions, but the military leaders in Mexico City, including Huerta, accuse him of undermining their war with Zapata.
Huerta considered himself a self-made man, but he was the son of a mestizo and a Huichol Indian woman. This was a man, under any other circumstances, would be among the poor of Mexico during the Porfiriato. And I think Huerta had a streak of self-hate. He was ashamed of his past. And that shame led to a desire to do away with those people who reminded him of who he had been, of who he no longer wanted to be. And I think, to some extent, that self-hate reflected itself in the ways in which he was so vicious in his military campaign against the Zapatistas.
Huerta was a typical caudillo, a man on horseback in Latin American politics, and Henry Lane Wilson saw him as superior to Madero.
Ambassador Wilson keeps up the pressure. He argues that by removing Madero, U.S. interests will be protected. The ambassador grows even closer to Huerta, and the plot to eliminate Madero takes shape.
Y en 1913, el embajador norteamericano juega un papel determinante en el golpe de Estado de Victoriano Huerta.
The warning came very clearly to Wilson from Huerta that they were going to make a move against Madero. And so you have a kind of shadow play. Wilson is taking his initiatives, but he has inside information.
In February 19...
You guys are listening to an obvious coup d'etat, right? An obvious one. You see what's going on, fam? You need to know your history. Before you can know your future, you got to know your past. Before you can know your present, you also have to know your, like, what, man? I wrote it down. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I said it wrong. But look, man, but the important thing is you can't just keep moving forward and ignoring this whole stuff that actually happened, because it's going to repeat itself over and over and over and over. I'm telling you, family, it's going to repeat itself again. If you don't know your history, you're not going to see what's coming again. It's like a wave. It's like the beach. If you go to the beach, the wave comes at you and it never changes. It just keeps coming. It keeps coming. You're like, it's not going to stop. No, because that's just the way life is. It comes again. It's in cycles. It's like sickness. It's in cycles. If you don't know your history, you're gonna find it's gonna hit you in the face, and then you're gonna think, "Oh, what occurred? How did I get it wrong?" Because you don't read. I'm telling you, fam, you need to raise your children to start reading. We have our kids reading at least 20 minutes a day, whether it's the Bible or a book. Look, if they don't want to read the scriptures, fine. Get them to read 20 minutes a day. Reading is going to be a habitual thing that must be set up since the get-go, fam. Fine, they don't want to read the Bible right now. Okay, cool. Get them to read, though, and then you can lure that in. I'm telling you, fam, you gotta know your audience. You gotta work with your family. Let's continue.
13. Mexico City is engulfed in a flood of violence. It's a war zone. Known as the 10 Tragic Days, this horrendous battle, begun as a mutiny, is orchestrated by Huerta to destabilize the Madero government. Behind the scenes, Ambassador Wilson continues to support Huerta.
Y a principios de 1913 las condiciones están ya perfectamente dadas para que Victoriano Huerta, junto con un grupo de militares porfiristas, decida ejecutar al presidente Francisco I. Madero y al vicepresidente José María Pino Suárez.
On February 18th, President Madero and Vice President Pino Suárez are arrested in a coup arranged by Huerta, with the blessing of Ambassador Wilson. Madero's wife goes to Wilson and begs him to intervene and save her husband's life. He tells her, "Your husband's downfall is due to the fact that he never wanted to consult with me." Huerta's men tip off the prison guards that there may be an attempted prison break by dangerous criminals. On the night of February 22nd, just outside the walls of the Lecumberri prison, Madero and Pino Suárez are assassinated. Huerta becomes president of Mexico.
Villa felt that he would avenge Madero's death and that he would continue the revolution that Madero started, though in a very different way from what Madero would have done.
The news of Madero's assassination sends tremors across the country, releasing waves of hatred towards Huerta.
Cuando es asesinado Madero, lo que hace Victoriano Huerta es destapar los reclamos del pueblo, que ya no son el respeto al voto y estas cuestiones, sino que ya es el reclamo por todos los años de dictadura, por todo el cúmulo de injusticias que se habían forjado durante 30 años de dictadura.
With Madero out of the way, Ambassador Wilson has his wish. But he has a new problem. In Washington, Huerta's ruthless coup has created a crisis of confidence, and the ambassador's influence begins to slip. On March 4th, 1913, Woodrow Wilson becomes President of the United States. he summons Henry Lane Wilson to Washington and dismisses him as ambassador to Mexico. The Wilson administration refuses to accept Huerta's regime and begins to shift its support to the new alliance of revolutionary generals Carranza, Obregón, and Francisco Villa.
Francisco Villa logra reunir un contingente numeroso y gracias a sus éxitos, gracias a su liderazgo, todos los demás jefes van a terminar nombrándolo a él el líder de todas las fuerzas que habían surgido aquí en Chihuahua. Villa destaca muy pronto entre todos los jefes militares que surgen después del golpe de Estado militar de Victoriano Huerta y se convierte en jefe de la División del Norte y logra muchos triunfos. Pero aquí hay un factor que se tiene que tener muy presente. Villa era un jugador, le gustaba el azar. Muchas de sus grandes proezas no fueron fruto del cálculo meticuloso, seguro. Muchas acciones de Villa eran azarosas.
Villa's survival skills, instincts, and luck have served him well in life and on the battlefield. But now a more complex, enigmatic Villa begins to emerge. His tactics on and off the battlefield are sometimes spectacular. Yet some of his most important innovations are practical, like his extensive use of the railroad.
For the Villistas, the railroads were decisive because they allowed the soldiers to rapidly go from one area to another. The soldiers would sit on the roof, the horses in the cars, and it gave the Villa army a tremendous mobility. It also gave Villa a unique opportunity to care for his soldiers. All his trains were followed by hospital trains. And also, it allowed Villa to do something that Zapata had less interest in, namely take the families of the soldiers along. In the trains, the soldaderas, the women, fulfilled a very useful function. They foraged for food, cooked, tended frequently to the wounded, and many of these women fought as well.
Valentina, Valentina, yo te quisiera decir.
Las mujeres iban arriba en el techo con los hombres mojándose. Yo creo que sin las soldaderas, sin las mujeres en la Revolución Mexicana, simplemente no hay revolución porque los soldados se hubieran desertado, regresaban a su casa a dormir en su cama con su mujer.
Que me maten de una vez.
When in 1913, Villa captured Chihuahua and became governor of the state, he was able to administer one of the most advanced economic states of Mexico. And he gained the respect of the United States by being able to afford protection to all American enterprises.
General Villa, widely known by his nickname Pancho, has become an international celebrity. He's pursued by Hollywood and signs a contract with a mutual film company to film some of his major battles.
Villa empieza a adquirir dimensiones míticas. En este momento, las mismas tropas de Villa empiezan a exaltar y a celebrar sus triunfos en el campo de batalla, empiezan a generar historias populares, empiezan a componer corridos que exaltan a Villa y por extensión a ellos mismos, que son partícipes de esta épica popular.
Yo soy soldado de Pancho Villa, de sus dorados soy el más fiel.
La manera como se representa o se habla de Villa en los periódicos norteamericanos es muy ambivalente. Por un lado, se le reconocen sus virtudes como militar, pero por el otro lado, se le describe como un hombre primitivo, como un hombre de tendencias animalescas que se guía por instintos primitivos.
As Villa's popularity grows in Mexico and the U.S., Huerta's image withers. Washington senses that Huerta is about to betray the U.S.
In 1914, they heard that a German ship carrying arms for Huerta was to land in Veracruz. To prevent these arms from reaching Huerta, the United States decided to invade Veracruz.
On April 21st, 1914, warships of the U.S. Atlantic Fleet sail into the Mexican port of Veracruz. 3,000 U.S. Marines invade the city, overwhelming the Mexican forces. In the days that follow, hundreds of men, women, and children are killed in the crossfire. It will be 7 months before the U.S. Navy pulls out of Veracruz. In the short term, Huerta's popularity rises as he is able to rally broad national support against yet another invasion by the Americans. In central Mexico, Huerta faces his old revolutionary foe, General Villa. His federal army is devastated at the battles of Torreon and Zacatecas. Huerta is surrounded by enemies. Fearing for his life, he flees and boards a German ship bound for Spain. It is now July 1914, just weeks before World War I breaks out in Europe.
Cuando cae Huerta, hay varias facciones revolucionarias. Se reúne la Convención de Aguascalientes en octubre del 14 con representantes obregonistas de Carranza, con representantes del ejército villista.
The revolutionary forces have now split into two factions. One, known as the Constitutionalists, is headed by Carranza and Obregón. The other, by Villa and Zapata.
What you have in Aguascalientes is the different factions that had toppled Huerta come together in order to try to reach some kind of accord as to what's going to happen next. And what you have very clearly are competing views as to where Mexico needs to go next. And even though there are attempts at trying to reconcile these different views, in the end, that reconciliation doesn't take place.
Zapata refuses to attend the convention at Aguascalientes because he distrusts Carranza and the Constitutionalists. They have never supported his demand for agrarian reform. So Villa reaches out to him. The two agree to meet in Xochimilco, the village of the floating gardens. They are just a few miles from Zapata's home state of Morelos.
What they did was to ratify their alliance and to divide the military command. The Zapatistas would operate in the south, the Villistas in the north.
After their meeting in Xochimilco, the united armies of Zapata and Villa march into Mexico City. This is an army of the people, unlike any the residents of Mexico City have ever seen.
When Villa's army entered Mexico City, they all had uniforms. They all had the same kind of rifles. It was the impression of an army coming into Mexico City. The Zapatistas had huaraches, the peasant shirts, armed with an array of rifles, muskets, machetes. They simply didn't have the resources that Villa had. On the other hand, the Zapatistas were the most respectful of private property. They knocked at doors, asking if they had a few tortillas to give them, while the Villistas took what they wanted.
During the winter of 1914, Villa and Zapata control Mexico City. Not wanting to confront them, Carranza sets up his constitutionalist headquarters in Veracruz. But neither Villa nor Zapata have the experience nor the will to run Mexico.
They wished not to directly participate in the national government. If Villa had wanted at the time, he could have been president. But he had no interest in becoming president of Mexico and returned to the north as soon as possible. And Zapata returned even more quickly to Morelos. They despised the city of Mexico.
By and large, the Constitutionalists and Carranza were reformers at best. People who believed that the political order of Porfirio Diaz needed to be replaced by people like themselves, but not necessarily do away with that political pyramid that had been constructed during the Porfiriato. Carranza was of those people. Carranza was the kind of man that only wanted political change at best. These men had no interest in advancing the cause of landless peasants, advancing the cause of working class people. They were interested in advancing their own careers and aspirations.
Once again, Mexico is at war. But this is a civil war. On one side are the constitutionalists, on the other, Villa and Zapata. The battles of Celaya and Agua Prieta are among the first of several defeats for General Villa. Villa continues to employ traditional infantry warfare, while Álvaro Obregón, Carranza's general, adopts new advanced techniques being used in Europe, barbed wire and trench warfare.
Ya en ese momento se han acumulado una serie de factores negativos sobre Villa, y aquí es donde viene el gran momento, ¿verdad?, en que Estados Unidos tiene que resolver a quien reconoce.
By now, World War I is raging in Europe, and the U.S. is on the verge of being drawn into the vortex. President Wilson must decide how to handle the situation in Mexico.
There were several factors that led the Wilson administration to turn against Villa. One of the most important was the fact that Villa had been defeated. He had lost the Battle of Celaya, and World War I had broken out in Europe. What the Americans wanted was a quiet and stable Mexico. Since Carranza had won, they would support him.
Villa is outraged at his betrayal by the U.S. He lashes out and attacks the small town of Columbus, New Mexico, where 17 Americans and more than 100 of Villa's men are killed.
Después de la invasión de Columbus por las tropas villistas en 1916, se refuerza el mito negativo de Villa, el Villa salvaje, impulsivo, criminal, ¿verdad?, en la prensa de Estados Unidos. Pero del lado mexicano, curiosamente, sucede lo opuesto. La invasión de Columbus es visto como un acto de reafirmación nacionalista del pueblo de México ante, ¿verdad?, un vecino que suele humillar y explotar, ¿verdad?, a los inmigrantes mexicanos.
Villa's raid on Columbus, New Mexico, puts President Carranza in a tough spot. He wants Villa out of the way, but he cannot appear to appease the Americans. But in March 1916, he allows a U.S. expedition led by General John J. Pershing into Mexican territory to pursue Villa. Pershing's troops search for Villa well into 1917, but they never find him. Villa is betrayed by the U.S. and then cornered by his own president, and Carranza backs out on a deal to allow him safe passage to Cuba.
Eso va a determinar que Villa actúe como fiera acorralada ya, ¿verdad?, y empieza a armar su movimiento guerrillero durante 17, 18, 19. Entonces vuelve a crecer y a tomar ciudades, vuelve a tomar Ciudad Juárez, vuelve a tomar Parral, vuelve a tomar varias poblaciones importantes aquí en el estado.
People were afraid of his military capacity, and having that presence within Mexico at that time was like putting a knife to the throat of the constitutionalists. And they had to remove that knife because Villa, on more than one occasion, not only had put that knife to their throat, but had raised it, in a manner of speaking. And they had to get rid of it.
In 1916, in Europe, the World War entered its second year. In the United States, the public is deeply divided about whether or not to join the fight against Germany. And in Mexico, President Venustiano Carranza finds himself in a tough spot. Both Germany and the United States have their eye on Mexican oil, a necessity for fighting a war. In dire need of political legitimacy, but suspicious that the U.S. might once again intervene in Mexico's affairs, he takes a dangerous risk. He provides Germany with oil and asks them for help.
Sometime in late 1916, Carranza sent a letter to Germany, asking the Germans to supply him with arms, asking the Germans to give him U-boats, and pleading for German help.
From Berlin, German Foreign Secretary Arthur Zimmermann replies to Carranza with a proposition in the form of a coded telegram.
At this point, Foreign Secretary Zimmermann decided, since he had received this call for help from Carranza, to use that for his own purposes. He sent an offer to Carranza, telling him that in case a war broke out, if Carranza were to align himself with Germany, and attack the United States, then Germany would have no objection to having Mexico regain Arizona, Texas, and New Mexico. What the Germans did not know was that the British had intercepted their code. This was one of the highlights of all of espionage history.
When the British government discovered this correspondence, it was dynamite. It could be used at the right moment by the British government to push the United States into war against Germany.
The British make certain the Germans don't discover that their code has been broken. They reroute the telegram through Mexico City, making it seem as if the leak had come from the German embassy there.
They then delivered the Zimmermann telegram to the Americans, and it was published in the newspapers.
It was a shocker. It was stunning. It was the very kind of thing that the Monroe Doctrine had been designed to prevent. That is, the intervention of European powers in the Western Hemisphere, in the American sphere of influence. Here was Germany playing a balance of power game with the Mexican government, and the Mexican government agreed. It was very alarming to the people in Washington and had a clear impact on Wilson's thinking about the decision to go to war.
Wilson's support for entering World War I had always been strong on the East Coast, but not in the Southwest, which was isolationist. But once Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico had been promised to Mexico, that isolationism broke, and it helped Wilson's efforts to mobilize public opinion against Germany.
And that decision to take the United States into war in Europe relieved pressure on Mexican-U.S. relationship enormously. The United States really was swallowed up in the European campaign.
Carranza abandons any aspirations of collaborating with Germany. Instead, he focuses on domestic issues. For the time being, General Villa has been marginalized, and his occasional fighting is restricted to Chihuahua. Carranza now turns his attention to a larger goal, a new constitution for Mexico. He calls for a constitutional convention. But instead of the moderate reforms he envisions, the constitution, as ratified, provides unprecedented rights for its poor and working classes.
There are a number of provisions which directly address the concerns of workers as far as the right to strike, the right to organize, the setting of limits on the length of the workday, and so on.
But the most important provision deals with the land. Article 27 guarantees that only Mexico and its citizens own the natural resources above and below the ground. The Constitution also promises agrarian reform, much as Zapata had envisioned.
La Constitución fue como un mapa del país que queríamos. Ahora, que como en todo el mundo, que ese mapa se haya puesto en práctica tal como se preveía, pues no se puso en práctica.
Carranza's dismissal of the promises of the new Constitution is seen by Zapata as yet another betrayal by the powers in Mexico City. He accelerates his campaign against the federal troops, engaging in skirmishes and destroying railroad lines just outside Mexico City.
We have to understand that right next door is the bastion of the strength of Emiliano Zapata, and that's the state of Morelos. And Carranza was fearful that Zapata was too close. He needed to squash him. He needed to eliminate that threat.
Zapata's soldiers were from backgrounds like his. Many had been with him for years, and they were totally devoted to him.
Todo los hizo valer Zapata para darle a la gente, a los pobres, para que comieran. Allí en la tranca formaba a la gente, a los pobres, y se empezaba a dar el comestible, desde azúcar, arroz, cosas de comer. Pero él cumplía con darles a cada quien lo suyo. Así fue la cosa, que convivió con los pobres. Él apreció a los pobres como, ¿cómo le diría a usted? Otro como Zapata, ya no se los haya Morelos.
General Pablo González was given the responsibility by Carranza to basically bring Zapata in, dead or alive. So González hatched a plot in which one of his military officers, by the name of Guajardo would pretend to want to defect to the Zapatista side. And they were so ruthless, Guajardo ambushes federal troops. Scores of federal troops are killed in this performance to convince Zapata that in fact Guajardo is sincere in his desire to defect. And so a meeting is set up in which Zapata is to go to this hacienda to sign the accord that would bring Guajardo into the Zapatista camp.
Entonces le manda a decir Guajardo Zapata que quería hablar con él, que lo invitaba a comer allí en Chinameca, una hacienda en Chinameca.
On that day, he takes only a handful of his most trusted lieutenants. And there was a man playing the trumpet. This was allegedly a salute upon Zapata's entry into the hacienda. And when he actually came into the courtyard of the hacienda, when the gates opened, the men who were allegedly going to give him a gun salute trained their rifles on Zapata.
Justo mirando. Allá está la hacienda abajo. Cuando el descargue. Cuando los balazos, el caballero regresó, siguió con nosotros. Vimos el caballero bañado en sangre, todos llorando. Tanta vergüenza y eso. Nos habíamos bajado.
And they knew that El General had been assassinated by Guajardo's men.
Y sentimos que ya se había acabado pues el hombre que iba a defender a la unidad mexicana. ¿Quién otro se paraba por esa cosa? Más de que Zapata. Ya lo habían matado, ¿qué cosa? ¿Qué haría usted? Nada, ¿verdad? ¿No? Así fue la cosa.
¿Qué sentimos? Una cosa triste para todos los que nos tocó la muerte. Una tristeza, casi que fue nuestro padre que nos quitó el yugo de la frente.
That he was assassinated by the forces of Carranza seemed almost inevitable. He died an honorable, honest man. And that is why Zapata is still looked upon as a kind of hero by so many Mexicanos.
Carranza's assassination of Zapata triggers a series of events that will determine his own fate.
Every president realizes that he must be able to put this metaphor, this tiger, into its cage, or it has the potential of literally devouring his presidency and perhaps even killing him.
Los zapatistas que continúan peleando se alían con Álvaro Obregón para derrocar en 1920 al entonces presidente Carranza, Venustiano Carranza.
Sensing his own vulnerability, Carranza attempts to escape to Veracruz by train. He takes with him all the assets of his administration, but the so-called Golden Train is sabotaged en route. Carranza is assassinated that night. With Carranza safely out of the way, Álvaro Obregón campaigns for the presidency, and he wins. He is inaugurated in 1920, promising to leave behind the decade of violence and to begin to rebuild Mexico.
What happens, in effect, is leader after leader makes concessions in the hopes of taming this tiger, of taming those forces that continue to demand not just reforms, not just moderate change, but deep social radical change.
When Carranza fell and Obregón took power, the main aim of Obregón was to reestablish a Mexican state. At the same time, many of the revolutionary generals had become warlords, dominating their own armies. That was one enormous problem.
In 1923, Villa appears to be living the life of a rancher near Parral, Chihuahua. He surrounds himself with the soldiers he once commanded. Now they're both friends and bodyguards. But in early summer, a plot is hatched among the powerful friends of Obregón, many of whom already hold grudges against Villa.
En 1923 se empieza a buscar personajes que se habían distinguido por tener afrentas contra Villa, algunos incluso que habían sido en algún momento compañeros de Villa. Suceden varias cosas que no pueden haber sucedido si no hubiera una maquinación ya oficial. Y una de ellas es de que el cuerpo militar que está en Parral, el grupo militar, se retira de la ciudad, de manera que los ejecutores actúan prácticamente en la libre.
On a hot July afternoon, Villa and his bodyguards are driving to his ranch in Canutillo, just a few miles outside the city of Parral. As they drive down a main street, a sudden hail of bullets from the side of the road rains down on the car, leaving Villa and 3 of his men dead.
Entonces, el mismo gobierno mantuvo un silencio casi de castigo, ¿verdad?, para que no se hablara de Villa, para que no se dieran a conocer de manera positiva sus acciones de liderazgo, y queda fuera de la historia, ¿verdad?
Both Álvaro Obregón and his successor to the presidency, Plutarco Elías Calles, had fought against Francisco Villa. Now they see an opportunity to eliminate him from the official pantheon of revolutionary heroes. When Calles becomes president in 1924, he implements a national educational initiative which reaches even the illiterate poor in the rural areas. He also begins to institute agrarian and labor reform, but only to the extent necessary to keep the peace.
Calles was a political operator. He was manipulative, he was opportunistic. And much of what he did on the progressive side was a calculated move to make strategic concessions to the possibility of political rivalries or political dissidents. And in this respect, for example, his distribution of land had a lot to do with an attempt to continue to tame the tiger regarding agrarian reform. His so-called reforms of labor were, to a large extent, to try to sustain the support of unions.
It seems that for the first time, the Mexican workers will have national unions that will represent them. The largest is the CROM, the Regional Confederation of Mexican Workers.
The CROM gave the state some important muscle, some political and economic muscle. They also gave the ability to present themselves as the inheritors of the social and economic ideals of the Mexican Revolution.
The CROM thrives under the leadership of its charismatic leader, Luis Napoleón Morones. But in 1925, it seems to change direction. Morones accepts an appointment from President Calles as the Minister of Commerce and Industry.
One of the negative features that was already visible in the CROM in the 1920s is the beginnings of the development of a corrupt group of labor bosses or labor tsars, of whom Luis Morones was one of the most fascinating examples, who begin to see their role as being more to deliver workers for the state than to use the state to bring benefits to their labor force.
El periodo callista es interesante porque refleja precisamente todas las contradicciones que se están viviendo en este momento. Calles, efectivamente, adopta posturas cada vez más y más conservadoras, especialmente en materia agraria, porque le parece que son improcedentes, improductivas para el desarrollo de México.
In 1928, Calles' term ends. Álvaro Obregón is re-elected to the presidency. But before his inauguration takes place, at a banquet held in his honor, Obregón is murdered. The violence on the battlefield may have ended in 1920, but not the bloodshed. In less than a decade, Presidents Carranza and Obregón are assassinated, as well as revolutionary generals Villa and Zapata. The presidency is in limbo. Calles wants to step in, but by law, he cannot serve another consecutive term as president. So he engineers the rise to power of a series of puppet presidents.
Between 1928 and 1934, what you have is the Maximato, a process in which Calles puts together a political coalition that would remain loyal to Calles and his control over the politics of Mexico. Calles was known as the Jefe Máximo, the supreme chief. By 1934, the full impact of the World Depression has hit Mexico. There is increasing discontent. It is palpable. People can feel it. People can see it.
Tens of thousands of Mexican workers who had left Mexico in the preceding 20 years to work in the US make their way back to Mexico. They're unemployed. They exacerbate the crisis already being experienced in Mexico.
The Maximato presidents, still under the control of ex-President Calles, resist any significant land or labor reform. Now, with the Depression, unemployment skyrockets. Another storm looms on the horizon.
So this political cabal realizes that there has to be some degree of recognition of this growing restiveness and discontent and anger over what is taking place in Mexico, given the impact of the Depression.
So the stage is being set in 1932, 33, and 34 for the arrival of a brand new and very importantly different phase in the history of the Mexican Revolution, the period of Lázaro Cárdenas.
Calles thought, here's a military leader who has always been very loyal to me. He thought of as a kind of moderate who, when he was governor of Michoacán, had helped peasants but had not been a radical. And Cárdenas became the candidate of the PNR, the Partido Nacional Revolucionario.
Mi padre fue a hablar con el general Calles, a quien consideraba, por otro lado, su jefe político. Y entre las muchas cosas que le trató, le dijo que quería primero su autorización para presentar su candidatura. El general Calles lo escuchó y le dijo que no se preocupara, que él podía con toda confianza aceptar la candidatura a la presidencia.
In 1934, Lázaro Cárdenas runs for president. He wins by a landslide, and Mexico celebrates.
Cárdenas stitches together an alliance of key military leaders, key civil leaders, and begins to make himself independent of the Jefe Máximo.
Himself of humble Indian stock, Cárdenas was determined when he took office in late 1934 to give the people of Mexico a new and better deal.
President Cárdenas begins to implement some of the meaningful changes that had been promised by the 1917 Constitution. Changes that the presidents before him had failed to make.
So Calles is getting phone calls. What the hell is going on? This guy really thinks he's president. He really believes that he can do all these things that you said he wouldn't do. So businessmen are calling him because workers are striking. Landowners are calling him about peasants taking over land that was theirs. People are demanding higher wages. So the Jefe Máximo says, okay, I'll go and show him his boss. He starts making phone calls to his ex-generals, his businessmen friends, putting together the possibility of removing Cárdenas from office, as the Jefe Máximo had done in the past 3 times.
But this time, it's the new president who turns the tables on Calles.
He's in bed, and a military officer walks into his bedroom, and he says, "You are under arrest and you are to come with me." He takes him to the airfield, puts him on a plane, and says, "Don't come back, because it would be very bad for your health." So on April the 16th, 1936, Plutarco Diaz Calles, the ex-Jefe Máximo of Mexico, lands in an airport in San Antonio, Texas. And when he gets off the plane, he's kind of like a greenish color, because he can't believe that not only was he kicked out of Mexico, but I suspect among the reasons why he looked so ghastly is that he couldn't believe that he was still alive.
Fui obligado a abandonar mi país por procedimientos violentos e ilegales, sin causa justificada alguna.
Cárdenas aggressively pursues agrarian reform. He structures the process so that both the peasantry and the country as a whole will prosper. 50 million acres of land are returned to the peasants. Labor reforms are initiated that improve conditions in the mines and factories and give the workers power they never had. Next, Cárdenas turns his attention to the issue of oil.
The petroleum workers come together and they form a powerful national industrial union. They put forward a demand for a new, ambitious labour contract, which the private companies absolutely refuse to take seriously. They claim they can't afford to meet any of the demands of the petroleum workers.
Well, if we do that, we might just as well go out of business.
Most American and British oil company executives assume that a compromise deal will be reached between the foreign oil companies and the Mexican government.
But they fundamentally miscalculate. They miscalculate the determination of President Cárdenas, and a decision is made to expropriate the oil industry, which really sets the cat amongst the pigeons.
The oil companies thought that he would not dare to do so for several reasons. The United States would probably take strong reprisals against Mexico. After all, nationalizing oil, the strategic resource, was a tremendous challenge to the United States. Secondly, it was a precedent for the rest of Latin America.
Es decir, tenía una visión, una integridad personal, una valentía, porque cuando se enfrenta a Estados Unidos no sabe muy bien qué va a pasar.
La expropiación petrolera no es simplemente de justicia, es de soberanía nacional.
Because the oil companies refuse to accept Cárdenas' terms, the Mexican government takes over ownership of the oil fields and pays off the oil companies. In the wake of the Great Depression, Cárdenas has saddled Mexico with more debt, but the Mexicans don't seem to mind and pitch in to help the government.
The news of the oil expropriation was greeted with jubilation by quite a large body of people. And in villages and in towns and in Mexico City, workers and citizens wanting to demonstrate their commitment and support to the government by ransacking the jewel boxes and ransacking the treasures to bring jewelry for donation to the state. It demonstrates how strongly the themes of economic nationalism and political pride had become by the late 1930s.
Despite the hostility aroused abroad by his wholesale expropriation, Lázaro Cárdenas remains the man of his people, determined to make Mexico the first completely socialized nation in the Western world, a Mexico belonging only to Mexicans. Time marches on.
By the late 1930s, Europe is once again on the brink of a world war. Fascism is taking hold in Germany, in Italy, and in Spain.
Nazi Germany was rising in Europe. The danger of a world war was increasing. In Latin America, especially in the Southern Cone, a lot of governments sympathized with the Nazis. Mexico could be counted on, unlike other Latin American countries, to profoundly oppose the Nazis.
In 1936, Hitler's power grows. In Spain, General Francisco Franco's fascist regime wages war to gain control of the government.
The Cárdenas government was profoundly anti-Nazi. It hated the Nazis, all the more so since Cárdenas identified himself with the Spanish Republicans, supported them in the war against Franco, where Germany and Italy were supporting Franco.
Mexico's official policy is to reach out and welcome refugees from these conflicts. Most other countries, including the U.S., do not.
Entonces México abrió las puertas a todos los que pudieran llegar a México. En aquel momento llegaron 30,000 exiliados en los años fines de los 30. También se abrió México a muchos perseguidos por el nazismo en Alemania, en Austria, en Hungría. Llegaron, como digo, húngaros, llegaron judíos de muchas partes del mundo a asilarse a México.
We lived in Berlin in 1933. My father was a newspaperman writing articles against Hitler. We had to flee to France. My father was very active on the side of the Spanish Republic, so we had to leave France. We went to the United States on a visitor's visa, could not work there. And I think largely because of my father's activities for the Spanish Republic, we were given asylum in Mexico. And for us, who had lived in constant fear of being expelled, Cárdenas's attitude meant that for the first time, we were completely secure. No one would expel us, no one would kick us out. So personally, I'm eternally grateful to the Cárdenas administration and to Mexico for having saved our lives.
In the 20 years following the revolution, Mexico begins to find a sense of unity and reconciliation. A new Mexican identity will arise from the turmoil and struggle of the revolution.
A principios de los años 20 se empieza a dar en México una verdadera revolución cultural. Ha terminado la revolución armada, pero ha dejado una estela de fuerzas y ha desencadenado una serie de energías que los intelectuales de la época van a asimilar.
Beginning in 1921 with the establishment of the Secretariat of Public Education, the federal government implements a vast social and cultural program involving education, literature, and the arts.
Bueno, sí, evidentemente los artistas están viviendo una nueva realidad. Un movimiento social, un movimiento revolucionario, no se queda meramente en el pincel y no se queda meramente en la tela. O sea, va más allá. Entonces van a tratar de ver también una realidad diferente. Y entonces también los temas van a estar hablando de un nuevo concepto mexicanista, o sea, un nacionalismo diferente. Es siempre buscar nuestras raíces, buscar nuestros orígenes.
This search for a new Mexican identity is reflected in the creation of public art. In the past, art was seen in the rarefied atmosphere of museums, available to only a few. Now, vast murals in public places can be seen by anyone walking by.
Diego Rivera, José Clemente Orozco, Siqueiros, Silvestre Revueltas y otros, ¿verdad?, van a empezar a pintar murales en donde se reconstruye la historia de México. Se rescata a los personajes populares de la revolución y por primera vez tenemos un movimiento pictórico centrado precisamente en el paisaje y en la vida cotidiana del pueblo de México, tanto del campo como de la ciudad. Estos muros también tienen un propósito didáctico, porque en esta época un alto porcentaje de la población de México no sabe leer y escribir. Y por lo tanto, su acceso, ¿verdad?, a la realidad mexicana es mucho más accesible si se hace a través de la pintura.
La gente, los mexicanos, al verse retratados en los murales, empezaron como a creer en sí mismos, a sentirse reconocidos, no porque todos los campesinos de México vinieran a ver los murales, pero sí porque sentían que había hacia ellos un respeto que no habían sentido antes, ¿verdad? Y eso yo creo que los alentó, los hizo crecer.
Entonces se produce este renacimiento cultural que se expresa principalmente en la pintura, que es uno de los movimientos más conocidos, pero también en la literatura, a través de lo que se ha llamado la literatura de la Revolución Mexicana. La literatura de la Revolución Mexicana tiene muchas representaciones de los personajes populares de la Revolución, que luego van a pasar en muchos casos al cine mexicano.
One of the leading characters depicted in these movies is Pancho Villa, sometimes as hero, but more often as a villain. One of the most unique voices that emerges from this period is that of a young woman, a writer.
Nelly Campobello, yo la considero un alma gemela de Pancho Villa. Un alma gemela, o sea, son gemelos, ella mujer, el hombre. Nelly Campobello nace en la misma zona geográfica de Villa, en Durango, en el norte de Durango.
Nelly Campobello es la única autora de la Revolución Mexicana, la única novelista que hizo 2 libros muy importantes, Cartuchos y Las manos de mamá. Ella en Las manos de mamá cuenta cómo ella misma como niña veía los cadáveres, un cadáver que se quedó afuera de su ventana y cómo ella se encariñó con ese cadáver, hablaba con ese cadáver y se entristeció muchísimo el día que se lo llevaron. Habla de una infancia atroz, ¿no? Y también de su gran devoción por Pancho Villa. Ella fue villista toda su vida.
In her novel Cartucho, Campobello writes movingly about the soldaderas who fought alongside Villa. But Nelly, along with her half-sister Gloria, lives a whole other artistic life as well.
Las hermanas Campobello, Nelly y Gloria Campobello, se dedicaron a recoger todas las danzas populares, las danzas llamadas autóctonas del país México, y eso fue una aportación muy única de gente, además, después de la Revolución, que creía en la Revolución y que quería cambiar la suerte de los mexicanos que tienen menos recursos. Entonces recogía sus tradiciones, sus cantos, sus costumbres.
Se van a buscar todos los sones prehispánicos y todo lo que quedó de las reminiscencias desde lo prehispánico y lo colonial y lo traen hacia la capital para hacer ballets que tengan al mismo tiempo que la parte clásica, la parte nacionalista, ¿no?
The explosion of the arts and the widely seen images of artifacts from Mexico's exotic past make the country a magnet for intellectuals everywhere. Inspired by Mexico's epic history, in 1930, Russian director Sergei Eisenstein shoots his tribute, Que Viva México.
Lo que es muy claro es la relación de Eisenstein, ¿no? Cuando viene a México, él lo dice muy claramente que él se influye mucho de los murales de Orozco, ¿no? Y de Siqueiros. Eso también se influye de los murales de Diego, de los murales de la Secretaría de Educación Pública. Entonces aquí está esta parte también del cine y la plástica muy, muy vinculada.
The flourishing of the arts in Mexico continues into the 40s. But in the political arena, the momentum of the revolution comes to a halt when Lázaro Cárdenas leaves office in 1940.
Cárdenas sincerely believed that he could create institutions that would remain progressive in their policies and in their vision. But what happened after he left office was that the men who followed him took Mexico back to the right and used those institutions and all of that legitimacy and political capital that Cárdenas had generated to turn those institutions against the very people that they were allegedly supposed to help. And that would create the political long history of the dominant party that became known as the PRI party, the PRI.
The PRI, the Partido Revolucionario Institucional, becomes a successor of the PNR party created by Calles in 1928. The PRI will dominate Mexico for the next 50 years with little challenge or competition. From the 1940s to the 60s, Mexico projects an image of prosperity, industrialization, and stability. But as PRI presidents continue to unravel the gains made by the revolution and ignore the promises of the 1917 Constitution, it seems almost as if the tiger will once again escape from his cage. And in 1968, he does.
México había sido escogido para que aquí se hicieran, en nuestro país, los Juegos Olímpicos, en octubre de 1968. El gobierno estaba dedicado a construir estadios, construir edificios, construir instalaciones deportivas para los deportistas. Y los estudiantes empezaron a decir que se estaba gastando muchísimo dinero, un dineral, en una fachada y escondiendo el México real, el México de la miseria, el México de los presos políticos.
Yo me fui a estudiar a los 16 años cumplidos a México, al Politécnico, y cuando estaba en tercer año se inició el movimiento estudiantil de 1968.
As preparations for the 1968 Olympics escalate, Mexican President Diaz enforces a little-used law to silence and imprison students and political dissidents.
Hicieron marchas que nunca se pensó que en México se podrían dar, marchas de 300,000 personas en el Paseo de la Reforma. Pedían una liberación en México, sentían que México era un país muy desigual, muy disparejo. Pedían la liberación de los presos políticos, pedían que se acabara el cuerpo de granaderos, que eran unos como gorilas con un casco hasta aquí y una macana, que se dedicaban a pegar en las manifestaciones.
Sentir como estudiante en carne propia una injusticia muy grande que se había cometido durante los días últimos del mes de julio, pues yo me incorporé de lleno, como muchos otros estudiantes como yo, provincianos, y el movimiento deja de ser estudiantil. Ya lo que nos estaba moviendo era el habernos dado cuenta de qué tantas injusticias estaba viviendo este país y cómo estaban viviendo los campesinos y cómo estaban viviendo los obreros, porque ellos mismos nos lo estaban informando y expresando.
Lo que fue muy grave fue la toma de Ciudad Universitaria. Entonces sí, las cosas se agudizaron.
On October 2nd, 1968, just 10 days before the Olympics are set to begin, thousands of workers and students peacefully demonstrate at the Plaza of Tlatelolco, a housing project in the center of Mexico City. Without warning, the army and police fire on the mass of unarmed civilians.
Recuerdo que a las 5 de la mañana, entre una y otra, fui y vi como un paisaje de guerra, un paisaje después de la batalla, con de veras las paredes llenas de sangre, zapatos de mujer y zapatos de hombre regados en todas partes. Se veían balazos en las paredes, muchísimos vidrios rotos. Entonces era una verdadera toma militar de la Plaza de las Tres Culturas.
Over 300 people are killed.
Como soy periodista, empecé a entrevistar a la gente, a recoger testimonios. Toda la gente que llegó a los hospitales presentaba heridas en la espalda, en los brazos, en las piernas, en los glúteos, pero nunca de frente. Entonces fue, yo creo que para todos nosotros, un golpe tremendo enterarnos de esa matanza.
En la historia no hay muerte, en la historia hay continuidad. Y hay escalones, hay cambio, hay evolución. Entonces, lo que surge en 1968 no es un problema entre estudiantes y el gobierno, es un problema muy íntimo en la historia de este país, de una inconformidad que nos toca a los jóvenes en aquel momento.
¡Vivan los trabajadores del ESMED! ¡Viva! ¡Vivan las mujeres! ¡Viva! ¡Viva México! ¡Viva!
Los movimientos en Estados Unidos de los años 60, los movimientos en Europa, se pasaron a ser historia, ¿no? Pero México no es historia, es parte de la vida.
General Emiliano Zapata, fue mi abuelo, gracias a Dios. Los ideales de mi abuelo que él nos dejó plasmados en el plan de Ayala no se han cumplido tal como él hubiera deseado. Tal parece que su lucha fue infructuosa. Que una vez yo le pregunté a mi padre que por qué no teníamos tierra. Y mi padre me contestó, porque mi padre no luchó nada más para nosotros, dice. Él luchó para todo el pueblo en general. La idea de mi abuelo, como él lo dice en su frase tan célebre, la tierra es de quien la trabaja con sus propias manos.
For those of us who have family who work the fields in places like Michoacán, Jalisco, Zacatecas, the Bajío region, Morelos, you can name all of those states in which people to this day continue to work that land. For them, the land is a means of organizing their lives socially and culturally, not only economically. And we have to understand how a lot of those people are forced to migrate, are forced to leave their lands, are forced to leave their way of life, to incredible poverty in those shacks that surround Mexico City, that surround Los Angeles and San Antonio. It resonates with anyone who cares about how and why so many of Mexico's rural people continue to this day to overcome that struggle for life that Emiliano Zapata represented, that Emiliano Zapata died for.
Si se celebra la revolución, pareciera como que estamos celebrando el status quo, las condiciones de miseria en la que viven los campesinos y en la que viven los obreros y en la que vivimos los mexicanos. Y si somos los herederos de esa revolución, pues no hay nada que celebrar. Ahora, si pensamos en la revolución como esa explosión de energía creativa, creo que sí habría que celebrarlo, porque fue una propuesta de una nación más justa, menos desigual, más honesta, es decir, con una identidad de la cual nos podíamos sentir orgullosos.
For more information about the storm that swept Mexico, please visit PBS at pbs.org.
So, okay, fam. So I thought that this was important to show you guys because it is all going to connect on Friday. Because that's kind of what I do. That's how I do it, fam. This is not one of those channels where I just randomly pick up topics. I just want to talk about this because it feels good. Nah, man, everything's progressive here. We grow. It's a root. Started from a root and becoming a tree. That's why when you have other people that just quit because I can't, I just quit because I'm tired of it. Yeah, because you never were rooted and you didn't know what the whole purpose was of your calling. You just thought you just thought it'd feel good. It would feel good. Nah, this isn't feel good. It just is. I'm going to show you this video. I think it's going to be, give me a second. See how fast I can. All right, let me do this. It'll be about 30-ish. But I think you guys are not familiar with this story. It's going to connect. We brought it down to Mexico, 1900, and it's connecting, and this is going to be like in California. In the 1900s too, 1800s, 1900s. So it's all correlating. Trust and believe, family. There is a purpose to my madness. I don't just show random shit. Everything I show is because of a purpose. Again, what I'm about to show you, in case you guys are not familiar, if you're from California, Southern California, Riverside, LA County, Riverside County, Orange County, San Diego County, LA County, whatever, there's an area called Riverside County and Temecula, and a lot of us have no idea how much history is in there. There's a area called Old Town in this place. Just like San Diego Old Town, there's a little Old Town in the city called Temecula, and there's a purpose behind it. Our people were here, and when you hear the history of what happened to our gente, yeah, it's gonna resonate. Again, today is documentary night, man. Documentary night, family. Hope you guys can appreciate it. Let me see. Let me see who we got. All right, man. Well, let's go. Let's start. Oh shit! Hold on, bro. I didn't mean to do that. These bands suck. Cause I gotta switch the channel page. My bad. My bad. All right, fam. I hope you guys can appreciate this because this is heavy, man. This is a heavy topic, and it's called the massacre of Riverside County, Temecula. Let's go.
They say history is written by the conquerors, the native people, whether it's here or anywhere around the world. You know, their story is often lost through time and history. And no one knows about this battle. There's very little in the literature. If you do research, if you do go online, you can find very scant, references. It's like for America, the Revolutionary War. It's of that importance to the local Indians here. It's a sad chapter in California history.
The 1846 Temecula Massacre was the deadliest incident of the Mexican-American War in California. As many as 100 Temecula Indians were killed during the ambush. However, it has not been remembered that way. Instead, the Battle of San Pascual has been documented as the bloodiest conflict of the war, with 18 American casualties. But the lesser-known Temecula Massacre and the events leading up to this tragic incident reveal a complex and often suppressed narrative of California history.
Since I was little, I've always heard of the Temecula Massacre, and people talk about it as a seminal event here in the valley and at Pechanga.
Generate sampler. All right, so let's see what happens. Holy shit.
It sounds so crazy.
Boom. Easy. Now it's a custom kit.
Slicing your audio. Being able to actually take your own stuff and bring it in and instantly have it be a vibe without you having to do any processing, that's pretty sweet.
Oh, it's like a little randomizer, sequencer.
Whoa! Oh, it already makes it sound so much cooler. In order to get that out of the sample, I would have had to make like a 10 plug-in chain. Tell me what you wanna go.
This is already giving me ideas.
For me, the kit generator is like the best thing about arcading that I've seen so far.
You want to hear the music and say, where is that coming from? How is he doing that?
This is now making me want to make a song out of it.
I would say to any producer, definitely pick it up. It's worth it.
most people have no clue that in 2024, the best way to make money with Amazon is not with physical products. It's Amazon's other company, Audible. Audible has been paying me a steady and reliable income every month for years, and I'm not the only one. People like Katrina, Carmen, Elena, and Renee are all enjoying a significant monthly income using the same system.
Just this past month, I reached $8,000 in revenue, and I'm on track to reach $10,000 in revenue this month.
I've been able to go from 0 to 22K.
There was a Spanish period where we were enslaved by the missions, and they actually came out here and trying to find new people to work the missions in the fields. Whenever they came through this valley, the local Indians, the Temecula Indians, they would run for the hills because they knew what was going to happen.
In 1821, Mexico achieved independence from Spain. Alta California, now known as the state of California, came under the rule of the new Mexican government, and the leadership believed the California mission system, established by the Spanish, had failed in its efforts to assimilate the native people. In 1834, the missions were disbanded, and the large landholdings, livestock, and wealth was redistributed to Mexican citizens in the form of land grants, also called ranchos. Within 2 decades, over 800 were granted in California. As part of the redistribution process, the native people released from the atrocities of mission servitude were supposed to receive plots of land to settle and live on as Mexican citizens. However, the Mexican government awarded very few land grants to native people. Instead, the majority of the mission populations were displaced and landless, forced to live on the ranchos and work as unpaid laborers. Most of their traditional villages and gathering areas were located inside the boundaries of privately owned ranchos. Tribal people returning to these areas were considered squatters or tenants in their own traditional homelands. As the Mexican government opened up settlement in Alta California, the Californio identity emerged. The Californios profited off established mission enterprises and the labor of native people who were forced, again, to adapt to a new era of oppression and turmoil.
This is post-mission period. What happened is, as these Californios came in and asserted their claims that they were given by the Mexican government, they began to continue to dispossess the Indian people that were living on the land. It was really just depredation after depredation. Our Indian people, they were not viewed as people by the Californios. Their lands were taken. Some of the people were indentured or they were enslaved.
In 1843, 22 years after Mexico achieved independence from Spain, the United States declared war on Mexico. The Mexican-American War largely stemmed from Americans' eagerness to expand westward to the Pacific Ocean. As many American settlers ventured west, they began to resent the fact that the lands in California and the Southwest were territories of Mexico. This created political divisions between the Californios and the American settlers, who had emigrated to obtain land, particularly in the densely populated pueblos like San Diego or Los Angeles. This conflict ignited further hostilities toward native peoples.
Our people, Payomcoachum, our Luceño people, had allied with the Americans that were coming in from the east.
Because of what happened with the Spanish and the Mexican period. And so, well, we didn't do so well with the Mexicans and the Spanish, so let's try the Americans. And the Cuillas, they were aligned with the Mexicans. That was kind of the genesis of the problem in, before the massacre here in this canyon.
In late September 1846, General Stephen Watts Kearny and his Army of the West set out for California from Santa Fe, New Mexico. Their military campaign was to assist in the capture of California for the United States. A couple of weeks into their journey, they encountered famed frontiersman Kit Carson, who was carrying a message to Washington, stating California was secured by U.S. troops. Learning this, Kearny sent 200 of his men back to Santa Fe and ordered Carson to guide him to California. He was soon to learn this message was not entirely accurate.
Kit Carson was one of those characters of the American West that really captured people's imaginations and really highlighted the romanticism of the Wild West. He started his career escorting caravans of overlanders into New Mexico and throughout the frontier in the 1820s. And it wasn't until John C. Fremont and his wife, Jessie Hart Benton, went through the West on an expedition to chart and map a lot of the trails in the West that Kit Carson really got his fame. His career accelerated from that point of helping guide people throughout the West and becoming this illustrious outdoorsman. And it was during the Mexican-American War that Carson was chosen by Robert F. Stockton to send a message back to President Polk that California had been taken and that the American flag was hanging from every important post in the state. This message was premature, as it turned out. When Kit Carson delivered the message that California had already been taken, Kearney ended up sending half of his troops back.
Hey guys, it's Tony Robbins. Look, it's January. It's a new year. It's a new life. And by now, you...
After crossing the California desert with his reduced number of men, Kearney arrived at John Warner's rancho on December 2nd. At this time, Warner, an American immigrant who had recently acquired land by becoming a Mexican citizen, was being detained in San Diego. He had been arrested a few weeks prior by a U.S. reconnaissance patrol on suspicion of his loyalties. Meanwhile,
Hey, family, I want you to understand that, what's that kid called? Nick Fuentes is the same shit right here. But this white boy, right? This white boy, fucking European damn wetbag, right? Calls himself a Mexican, but he's not Mexican. Nick Fuentes says he's white, pro-white, Anglo-white, fuck everybody else. But then he got caught on a video and they asked him, like, are you a white supremacist? He goes, I'm Mexican. I can't be. I kid you not. I kid you not. A lot of these white ringers, man, they're a bunch of pussies, bro. Straight up. I'm just going to say it. You guys are. You guys are weak-ass people. You feel good about a gun. How about we put some gloves on? Are you saying you like really badass? Anyways, this is very important. So watch this real quick, right? Listen to what he says.
December 2nd. At this time, Warner, an American immigrant who had recently acquired land by becoming a Mexican citizen, was being detained in San Diego. He had been arrested a few weeks prior by a U.S. reconnaissance patrol on suspicion of his loyalties. Meanwhile, California leader Antonio Coronel learned of Kearney's approach and sent a messenger to warn his men camped at the San Pascual village, a few miles to the west. It is reported that California General Andres Pico, brother of Governor Pio Pico, did not believe this message. On December 6, 1846, General Kearney's troop advanced on the San Pascual village. Pico's men were outnumbered and only had lances to fight. In an unusual tactic, Pico feigned a retreat only to surprise the Americans by turning to fight. Caught off guard, the Americans attempted to fire their rifles, only to discover the gunpowder was...
Yeah, listen, this is why if you pay attention to my channel, you would know that that shouldn't surprise you. Both sides effed them over, yeah. So if you watch and pay attention to my channel, you would know. Because listen, even in California, and I told the brother, man, I got a book called The Negro Trailblazers of California, bro. The Negro Trailblazers of California. They helped these fools take all that land too, bro. You know what I'm saying? And they're involved in the encomiendas. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying?
¡Viva México, cabrones!
Hold on a second. Here goes for you.
Fuck that puto! Fuck that puto!
That's how I feel about you. Anyways, let's go.
Was too damp to ignite. The soldiers resorted to using their sabers and rifle butts to defend themselves, but these weapons proved no match for the horse-mounted Californios and their lances. Kearney's troops were forced to take a defensive position atop a nearby hill and were quickly surrounded by the Californios. A Temecula Indian named Jose Tortuga assisted the Americans by sneaking past the Californio patrols, reaching San Diego on foot, and notifying the U.S. troops of the skirmish. Relief arrived on the third day, and by then, the Californios had fled the San Pascual Valley. Due to the American casualties at San Pascual, historical accounts have considered this event to be the deadliest battle of the Mexican-American.
Keep in mind, this is 1846, and 1848 was when it was official. What the fuck are these Anglos doing in California? Remember the other class I showed you? And I didn't get deep into it, but I'm going to go back into that topic. The nutria, you know, the mink coat type of concept, but they were killing here all across California's, just like the seals, selling them to China and Russia. They weren't part of this land. It's time you start understanding who these Anglo-Saxons are. This wicked, evil nation of people. these Edomites, and I'm going to prove it on Friday, that they do have a connection with Greece and Rome. And this is why I'm like, bro, you guys are so offended by LGBTQ. That is in your bloodline. Look, matter of fact, on Friday, I'm going to show you how Nick Fuentes is totally LGBTQ, bro. And he's just fighting that shit. Because that's what he even said it himself. Because having sex with women is gay. Like, that's gay. Literally, bro, he said having sex with women is gay. Bro, Nick Fuentes and all those right-wingers that hate women because they're gay. If you guys ever watched that movie called American Beauty, you will understand. Like that military dude that hated his son because he thought he was gay. He beat him up for it, bro. And at the end of the day, it was because he was. I got no problem with y'all, bro. Listen, man, it is what it is. Scriptures say that you guys are going to be around. That's why when you are of the Bible, you should know and understand. Ain't no government should convert people, bro. It's the scriptures that should. If you got a problem with them, it's because you got a problem with yourself. Nick, the LGBTQ Fuentes. Hey, isn't it funny? He Fuentes, the LGBTQ Nick Fuentes. Bro, just be you, man. You don't got to be mad at people, bro. And don't be mad at women, man. They're the most beautiful thing that God ever gave us. In case you didn't know that. Especially our women. Let's continue.
War in California. However, the lesser-known events that followed prove there was tragically a greater loss of life yet to come.
The so-called Battle of San Pasqual, I don't know. You know, there's sometimes you need to correct whether it was a battle, whether it was a war, was it a massacre. It certainly was an episode in the overall war between the United States and Mexico.
After the battle, the California forces broke off into small groups and dispersed back to their homes and ranchos. One of these groups, consisting of 11 of Pico's men who were well-known members of the California elite, accompanied Jose Antonio Serrano to his rancho in Palma. While en route, Pico's men stole a herd of horses from a nearby village. It is reported that Serrano overheard 2 Indian women discussing a plot to capture Pico's men for stealing the horses. Serrano warned the men, but they didn't take the threat seriously. Serrano's friendship with Manuelito Cota, an influential local leader of several tribal villages, likely dissuaded their fears. Sometime between December 8th and December 12th, a contingent of Native American men apprehended the 11 Californios at Serrano's rancho and took them to John Warner's ranch. There, they were judged by a multi-tribal council of leaders to determine the ramifications for stealing the horses. Ultimately, the decision was made to put the Californio men to death for the theft. This event became known as the Palma Massacre, fueling Californio and Mexican fears that the interior tribes would rise up at the same time they were fighting the United States' invasion of California.
These Californios met their demise there in Palma. It was a war. That's what happens when you're on the wrong side and you're captured and then outnumbered.
When news of the Battle of San Pasqual and the Palma Massacre reached the Temecula Indian village, the community responded to the region's mounting tensions by fleeing to Pauba, a region a few miles east. It was situated along the trail to Warner's Ranch and boasted a better tactical and defensive advantage than the Temecula village. It was also adjacent to a long, narrow canyon that would soon become both a strategic and yet tragic location. Tony Ashman, a Pachanga elder born in 1879, recounted the following story he heard regarding the days leading up to the massacre.
EVE Online on Mac immerses you in a universe with thousands of star systems like never before. Follow a path of your own choosing and become a titan of industry. Explore the wonders of the universe. Or join record-breaking PvP battles and add your name to 2 decades of player history. Play free and experience EVE on Mac the way it was meant to be.
If you were involved in a car accident and you were not at fault, listen to this. Insurance companies don't want you to know. You may qualify for much more compensation than they offer you. Don't fall for their pressure. Don't speak to insurance companies directly. Anything you say to them may be used against you. Your compensation goes far beyond paying for your car. You may have a right to have your expenses, pains, lost wages, and medical bills covered. With Compensationally, you fill up this application in under a minute. Click submit, and you find out if you qualify. If you do, you get connected to a local attorney that deals with insurance companies and can prepare your case. This is a free service, and the attorney only gets paid if you win.
According to an old Temecula Indian, when he was a young man, he worked on the Santa Margarita Rancho. One day he was given an excellent horse and a message which he was to deliver to some Californios in camp near Temecula. He followed orders and found the Californios. After resting overnight, he was given a return message and once again admonished not to make any side trips. The young man was Temecula, and so in spite of the warnings to the contrary, he decided to make a side trip and visit his home at the Temecula Indian village. When he arrived, he found the village deserted. He found an old, infirm Indian woman almost dead from thirst and hunger. He asked her where the people had gone, but she was too weak to speak. The young man brought her some water from the creek and mixed her a gruel of seed flour that he found in the house. Regaining strength, but still too weak to talk, she pointed toward the canyon which forms the northeastern portal into the Temecula Valley.
In the months leading up to the Battle of San Pascual and the Palma Massacre, Californio leader Jose del Carmen Lugo participated in several skirmishes with U.S. troops and conducted numerous visits to Temecula village. Lugo was from a well-known family that owned vast tracts of land throughout San Bernardino.
Yeah, supposedly. We under the Chihuahua. Hold on a second. We under the we under the Casas. It's funny, bro. Hey, that's funny when I heard he's in case you guys don't know, he's an MMA fighter, Raza and shit. And after he finished the fight, they asked him a question. He just said this shit. So what we did is we applied this to Waboism, meaning just fake funk. You know what I mean? You're not Mexicas, you're not Mayas, you're not whatever it is. You're not Toltecs. You're not none of that, man. You can't prove it through our food, through our clothing, through folklore. I don't know, through clothing. Matter of fact, just if you really look back at just historically speaking of the people that were here, let's say I wasn't one of them, and I would actually reflect. I'm like, who were here? You guys don't have any of that shit. I mean, for God's sakes, even one. And I hate to bring it up over and over, but if you don't know about Tejuino, then you ain't no indigenous fool.
That's right.
You want to know why? Oh, that's gonna hurt! Because Tejuino is one of the most ancient drinks in this indigenous land.
Bro.
Yeah, it's a fermented drink. In Guadalajara, Jalisco, because that's where I'm from, we are so familiar with that. That's one of my favorite drinks.
That's right. Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Why? Because this is an ancient drink.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
So for you motherfuckers that think that they're... ¿Sabes qué, güey? And if you don't like it, hey, this is on behalf of the brothers and sisters that are not getting the chance to tell you Waboisms, you fopies, you fake-ass funks.
Fuck that puto! Fuck that puto!
You, Kwana.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
I'm calling you out. Anyways, they'll never debate me, but let's continue. I digress. Let's continue to learn about this rich history. I know you guys never heard this before. This is heavy duty, man. This is heavy duty. Massacre of Temecula, Riverside County, rich history. We're talking about our gente being moved and torn apart. Watch this real quick. That's why they have an old town here.
And other areas in Southern California. He was well acquainted with the region and possessed detailed knowledge about the Temecula villagers, knowing their numbers, preparedness, and resources. Lugo's numerous patrols into Temecula would have alerted the people to the mounting tensions in the region. In response to the Palma Massacre, California General Jose Maria Flores in Los Angeles sent orders to Lugo to take a contingent of men to suppress what they believed to be the beginnings of an Indian uprising and to avenge the deaths of 11 men. Lugo called upon Cahuilla chief Juan Antonio for assistance. Juan Antonio and his followers had lived and worked on Lugo's rancho in San Bernardino and were guardians of the family's large landholdings. In the early 1840s, raids on California ranchos by tribes from the Colorado River area and as far away as Utah were a serious problem for the rancho landowners, and the Lugo family enlisted the services of Juan Antonio, who was loyal to the family, to protect their lands and livestock. Gathering a force of about 20 Californios, Lugo traveled to Santa Gertrudis, called Totpa in the native language, which is located on the road from San Jacinto to Temecula, near present-day Murrieta Hot Springs. While camped for several days awaiting reinforcement, Lugo learned from a reconnaissance mission to the Temecula village that he and his men were outnumbered. He sent word to California leader Jose Ramon Carrillo in San Luis Rey, asking for additional support, while also summoning Juan Antonio and his men to assist them.
So the Luceño warrior force was camped overnight, and Tabalquish, the quiver of one of the warriors, during the night, one of these quivers stood up on its own, as if the animal was still in it, and was on two legs, hind legs, like it was looking around. And some were quick to interpret, that's a bad sign, maybe we shouldn't be doing this, maybe we shouldn't proceed.
Carrillo arrived at Lugo's camp with a contingent of 10 additional men, joining Lugo and Juan Antonio's group of 50 to prepare for the ambush attack. Lugo was known to be Antonio's group of 50 to prepare.
Let me explain something to you guys, in case you guys don't know this, because this is important, okay? I grew up in this area. San Luis Rey is in Oceanside. So I grew up in Oceanside, California. I was born in Guadalajara, and I came to Oceanside in the 83, I think, 84. And anyways, we lived in the Pozole town. That they call it Pozole town. It's East Side, Pozole, Oceanside. It's like one of the most known hoods back in it. You know, it's like the oldest hood in Oceanside, okay? So Oceanside is San Luis Rey, all right? This is the beach right here. This is Camp Pendleton, you know, where the Marines are, right? Oceanside, San Luis Rey, because it's like, this is like the beach, and you go inside a little bit. And I've been to this church. My mom used to take me there when I was young. When we first got here, we used to go to that church all the time. San Luis Rey church, that's what it was, the Catholic church, okay? Now, if you consider Oceanside, there's a freeway, 5 going up, and then there's a 78 going across, and then a 15 going up north, which then connects to Temecula. Hold on a second. Temecula, sorry, hold on. Temecula, right? So it goes to the 15 and it goes into Temecula. So it's like about maybe a 30-minute distance. So let's say you're on horses. We're talking back history. You know what I mean? Think about that whole process. Like, right, you're in a car goes about 60 miles an hour, 75, 70, 80. So you get there in 30 minutes. Let's say a horse goes, 20 miles an hour if you really want to push them that far. If you want to push them that fast, it'll take you 3 hours, maybe 3.5, 4 to get from San Luis Rey to Temecula. Just giving you an estimate, okay? I'm giving you a visual and a clear view of what is going on here in Southern California, because past San Luis Rey is San Diego. Let's go.
Prepare for the ambush attack. Lugo was known to be a cautious man, and he understood that the men defending the Temecula village would defeat his small force if faced in an open battlefield. So a plan was devised to lure the Temecula people into a narrow canyon, away from their defensible position and into an ambush. Several years after the event, Jose del Carmen Lugo provided his first-hand account of the Temecula massacre.
Fuimos juntos a Temecula llevando 2 pedazos de paños blancos como señal de paz para los indígenas de Juan Antonio. Le dijimos a We notified our people that we were leaving immediately to fight the hostile Indians at daybreak. We started at 11 o'clock at night. It was daylight when we came to the enemy.
We're here in Hollywood at the LA Film School campus. Let me show you our pro spaces where our students.
And by the way, I'm not paying for the monthly service, anymore, because it's that shit is like $20 or some shit. I'm not doing it, fam. You know what I mean? That's not what we're here for. I'm trying to show you as much as I can, as best as I can. If somebody wants to pay that for me, then man, it's all up to you, brother. But I'm not doing it. All right. Let's continue.
There were high hills and deep canyons, but not extensive. In one of the canyons from which we could reach the enemy, I placed an ambuscade of 50 Indians and 15 white men, with strict orders to not show themselves until the last of the Indian enemies passed. I stationed myself in the canyon with some men, and Carrillo went to trick the enemy by calling their attention and leading them to follow him. As soon as they saw him, they rose and went after him. He passed them, fired at them, and retreated slowly and in an orderly manner until he came to where I was. The Indians followed him eagerly. My men who had rifles and other good arms, of whom I had placed 5 on ridges or high places in the canyon, were told to fire only at the fighters because they were the chiefs and came only in the middle of the main body. We lured them on about a league until they passed the ambuscade. Then the men rushed out from the ambush upon them from the back at the same time that we fought them from the front. We made a great slaughter, and falling upon them from the rear, killed many of them. Before reaching Aguanga in their flight, 18 or 20 of them turned back and gave up their arms. They were made prisoners and placed in charge of Chief Juan Antonio, who told me to care for them and he would care for the prisoners. On reaching Aguanga, we amused ourselves, killing some 3 Indians who continued fighting. After terminating the affair, in which perhaps 100 Indians perished, we went back to Juan Antonio and found he had killed all the prisoners. I reproached him for these acts of cruelty, and he answered me very coolly that he had gone to hunt and fight and kill Indians who would kill him.
If that doesn't bother you, then I don't know what could. I have a 6 son at the house, a young family, even at my age, right? Can't imagine somebody hurting my family. Can't imagine somebody taking advantage of somebody that cannot protect themselves or defend themselves. Don't ever forget, especially now, fam, because they're asking for war. Sovereignty should never be let go. And the love for your people should never be ignored. I don't give a F what land side you're on. Familia comes first. Familia comes first. Don't forget that. It's been going on for ages, so I think it's time for you guys to understand what I'm talking about. Let me see this real quick. They have the same mindset today, but now they got huge balls because they got advanced technology. And you know, biblically speaking, it says that it would be that way. That's why the video I showed you guys about, you know, with the here, matter of fact, let me play the video and I'll bring it back. The video with the prophecy. All right, let me show you guys in the meantime. Let's go.
That he was sure that if they caught him, they would not have spared his life, but would have burned him alive.
News of the massacre reached General Carney and his troops. Dr. John S. Griffin, a physician to the soldiers, documented the tragic events in his diary on December 30th, 1846.
We received report today that the Mexicans and a party of Indians had attacked the Indians about Warner's Ranch and killed some 30 of them.
Lugo reprimanded Juan Antonio for executing the Temecula captives, but ultimately rewarded him for the killings.
This was really a dastardly act, and it really is probably there was already a knife in the back, right? But this is where the knife gets twisted, and it just really seemed to be a senseless act. There really didn't seem to be any reason for that.
Juan Antonio's rationale was that while Lugo was captain of the Californios, he was put in charge of the Cahuilla fighters, and that he could punish the Temecula prisoners however he saw fit. If the circumstances were reversed, he reasoned, the Temecula men would not have spared the Cahuillas. Only 6 of Lugo's men were wounded, and no deaths were recorded. Californio Diego Sepulveda arrived after the massacre with 25 additional men from Los Angeles, believing that retaliation was imminent. They returned to the canyon to only find the old and infirm remained.
If you have an hour this week, you can learn 100 songs on the piano by learning just 4 chords. These.
The people that were killed here in this canyon, they were left here for up to several weeks, maybe a month, and because after the battle, the massacre, people are just trying to survive and hiding, and so the bodies, they just laid here for weeks, like I said, and so the wild animals, coyotes, other creatures came and ate some of the bodies, and their bones and pieces were scattered all over here. And so when the Mexicans and the Cahuillas left, we came back here, our people, and gathered up whatever they could find, the remains, and they took them to their cemetery, which still exists, and it's in downtown Temecula. It's in a parking lot. It's not a very respectable place.
The Cahuillas hollered and tried to fool the Luiseños when the Luiseños started to run away. One Cahuilla winked at an informant's uncle, and informant's uncle ran, the Cahuillas shooting at him. The Cahuillas killed more than the Mexicans did. The above fight was at Pava Ranch near Pechanga, 2 or 3 miles from Temecula. So here are the John Peabody Harrington's field notes, which are online through the Smithsonian's National Anthropological website. John Peabody Harrington was a linguist and ethnographer who worked for the Bureau of American Ethnology from 1915 to 1951. And he worked with lots of tribal people across the U.S., but predominantly spent his time with people in the Southwest and California. And overall, he amassed approximately 1 million pages of field notes that are now housed in the Smithsonian's National Anthropological Archives. So one of the great things about Harrington was that he didn't really stick to a script when he was interviewing his consultants. He really encouraged free-flowing conversation and thought. And so in his notes, the topics will jump around from place names to talking about people and families and plants and animals. So it's just really a treasure of information for tribal communities. Harrington was also unique in the fact that he paid his consultants. He really valued their time and wanted to seek out some of the people who he thought could provide the best information. And in some cases, they had to work. So Harrington really spent lots of weeks and months on end, living with the people, eating with the people, going to their houses, going to tribal events. So he did feel it was very important to compensate them and really treat it as a job. And when he was interviewing people, he would be frantically recording what the consultant was saying. So when you view his notes, it does in some cases look like chicken scratch. It is real scribble. So sometimes it's challenging to decipher what he's actually writing. Harrington also spent some time at the Rincon Reservation, which is a band of the larger Luiseño tribe, interviewing Juan Sotelo Calac. And in some pages provided by Juan Sotelo, again, he talks about the massacre, but not in a sense of this is what happened at the Temecula massacre, but he talks about a battle that occurred between the Cahuilla and the Luiseño and how the Cahuilla had tricked the Luiseño to follow them into a trap. So in this particular section, he says, one Cahuilla who talked Luiseño, right here, it says that we are going to fight against the Mexicanos. So in a sense that he's saying he's tricking them, he's luring the Luiseño to follow. And then when the Luiseño hollered back, be still, stop. And then the Cahuillas started grabbing and shooting, and here the sentence is incomplete. But that they hollered this word he, which means to kill, to start killing. So in a sense, the Luiseño knew that they were being ambushed. In addition to Harrington's field notes, he collected hundreds of sound recordings. And he spent some time at Pechanga interviewing a man named Jose David Rodriguez, also known as Sargento. And Sargento was important to the Pechanga community because he was a religious leader. He conducted religious observances, sang traditional songs. And in one recording, Sargento talks about place names. He starts talking about a place called Palva.
Hey, and keep in mind, bro. Remember that so-called native dude chick that came here and called me a wetbag and can't wait to get deported. Literally, they're like skipping a hop next to us, and she's trying to tell me that we're not the same people. That's that racist shit, even from these $5 stupid ass Indians, straight up, these fake ass ones, or I don't know, spiritually lost, whichever way you want to slice it. It's a sad shit, man. And they don't even know the history here. You know what I'm saying? Like the history here in this land, that Southern California, like it's pretty big. It's pretty expansive. I mean, when you think about San Diego, Oceanside, Escondido, Vista, Carlsbad, you know what I'm saying? Come on, San Marcos, you know what I mean? Come on, bro.
And while he's talking about this place, he introduces information about the Temecula massacre. If someone was just looking at the recording, listening to the recording, and they didn't know anything about the massacre, it would probably not make sense and maybe not be understood as to what it really meant. But when we came across the sound recording and really listened to what he was, the information he was providing, we realized that it was a first-hand account of the Temecula massacre.
Los comieron los coyotes a la gente. Y los coches, yo no sé dónde vinieron también, toditos comieron a la gente. Pero los puros huesos, las calaveras, ese nomás se quemaban, hacer los huesos, los pedazos.
Hey, and you know what? How is that different than from the brothers and sisters that are caught up in the when they're crossing the border? Do you guys not realize that there's reports of people dying at the border, right? Literally, like massive amount of. We got the maps to show it. You know what I'm saying? It's like you need to understand these things. That it has never stopped. Just look up deaths in Arizona. Or statistics in death in Arizona, and you'll find out how easy you'll get a hold of that.
Así nomás. Lo llevaron para allá. Lo llevaron a tener por allá. Donde está la compañía más al cementerio ahora. Hacían un sepultura grande, así en la redonda, hondo como 6 pies de hondura. Ancho. Ahí nomás vaciaban los huesos que viven en la carreta. Ahí nomás estaban enterrando los puros huesos. Para las mujeres que se vean que tendrían dinero cuando vinieron de los misiones, algunos, pues que traigan un ñudo así en un paño, en un plata, lo tiraban allá al hoyo, donde ya echaban los huesos.
So because we know that Sargento is referring to the place where the massacre occurred, and the fact that he's talking about the dead, we knew that it was related to the Temecula massacre from other information provided from other sources. But he really provided some of the most important information for the tribe in regards to what happened to the people who were slain during this massacre, and then what happened to their remains after the fact. At that time, Sargento would have been a young boy, maybe under 10 years old. So he probably remembered the experience, knew what was happening to some extent. So his information really was the only tribal information from the tribal perspective that we found regarding the massacre. The only other first-hand account that we know of is Lugo's account, who was the leader of the Californios.
Another interesting part of the story is that it was understood that California was secure for the United States. But when Kit Carson met up with the General Carney, he said, don't go back to Washington, D.C. and report that. Instead, we need the Mormon Battalion to continue down to San Diego because there's still an insecurity.
Want to know the secret to my success? I hired an accountability coach. Let me explain.
Can you? Okay, test. So now let me explain one thing real quick, because I think it should be noted since it was brought up. This character here, it's a Kit Carson, right? So who is this bastard? Who is this dirty, stinking ass foreigner, wetbag from Europe? I call him, right? Yeah, I'm gonna call you guys that. You guys are calling us that shit, so I'm gonna call you guys that. Because that's what you guys are. We're not that. Kit Carson, it says, born December 24th, 1809, Madison County, died, thank God, in 1868. Was an American frontier trapper, soldier, and Indian agent who made an important contribution to the West, You see how they justified death towards our people? Ain't no different than these fake ass Israelis claiming to be Jews. They're Khazar converts, right? They go there in Palestine, kill our brothers and sisters, and say, "Oh, it's because it's a contribution. It's a contribution to the expansion of the chosen." Shut your asses up. Let's continue with this. Let me switch screen. Let's continue.
The Mormon Battalion was formed in Council Bluffs, Iowa, as a unit of the Army of the West. Philip St. George Cook. The mission was to follow Kearny's troops and establish a wagon road and deliver additional horses to California. The Mormon Battalion differed from other military contingents in that the group also brought with them the wives of some officers and settlers.
When you talk about the Mormon Battalion and their interaction in the Mexican-American War, they were a people group who were persecuted. There was a lot of violence toward them. They fled. They went up to Council Bluffs, Iowa, which was on the Missouri River on the western side. They asked the government of the United States if they could get a job for the United States to help them get over to Salt Lake City. And President Polk said, "How about marching down to San Diego and helping us fight in the Mexican-American War?"
The Mormon Battalion arrived at Warner's Ranch on January 21st, 1847, a full month after the massacre. There, they learned of the recent events, and Sergeant Daniel Tyler recorded some of this correspondence in his diary.
They were friendly to the United States government and had recently captured, brought here, and killed some 10 or 11 Californians. They had, however, lost 38 of their own number, killed by Californians and some other hostile tribe in retaliation in Temecula Valley, who lay in ambush and took them by surprise. These Indians begged the colonel to allow them to accompany the battalion that they might bury their dead on the way, and the colonel consented.
There have been varying accounts of how many people were killed here in this area, and personally I think it was over 100. Our village at the time, some of us estimated it was about 300 people, Temecula Indians. If you lose up to 100, you lose a third of your community, and that's a huge, huge loss.
And if Lugo wrote in his diary that he saw 100 folks, I think you have to put a lot of stock in that. He knew what he saw.
After leaving Warner Springs, heavy rain forced the battalion to camp a few miles east of Temecula because the creek was too high to cross. Some of the native people slept next to battalion members' tents for protection and asked for assistance in collecting the dead for burial. When the Mormon Battalion reached Temecula Village on January 25, 1847, the native people buried their dead in a mass grave at the cemetery, which is located about 6 miles from the massacre site. The fact that the remains from the massacre were brought to Temecula from present-day Butterfield Valley and Owanga over a distance of 10 to 15 miles indicates the cemetery was already an established burial and cremation area for the Temecula Village community, despite an 1867 source saying that it was a new graveyard.
This whole valley from, Vail headquarters on toward what's now Vail Lake and up through there is probably seeded with bones from the people.
Some crazy sounds in here.
And through
You see that? So there's a lot of killings, a lot of murder, a lot of destruction. I'll be able to answer that real quick, bro. Let me get that in a bit.
the years, it has been respected, even by the settlers, the European settlers.
Even though this massacre happened around 170 years ago, we're still finding human remains from this battle. And mainly that was due to them not being recovered for a month. And so they're found under a rock, under a mudslide, someone's grading a road. Even after all this almost 170 years, we're still finding people from this battle. It's just amazing. And we think that cemetery predated this massacre, that it was used for the people. During the grading for the shopping center that surrounds it now, we found evidence of cremations and things like that. So we know it's a historic and prehistory, pre-contact cemetery.
In our language, this place is called Bavgun. Bavgun is windpipe. That is your windpipe, and why you're talking about it. It's very poetic. It talks about how one would be choked up. So you know, it's a place of sadness and remembrance, the way cemeteries are supposed to be.
On January 13, 1847, the United States agreed upon a ceasefire with Mexico. A year later, the two countries signed the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, which formally ended the war between the two nations and ceded Mexico's northern provinces to the United States. The city of Temecula deeded the cemetery parcel to the Pachanga tribe, who oversee the upkeep of the grounds. Today, the graves of the victims of the bloodiest battle of the Mexican-American War in California sits behind an unassuming fenced area in a shopping center parking lot in Temecula.
It's a little bittersweet being here as a tribal member and knowing what happened here. If you look around, you know, we're in the shopping center, and it's troubling that even to be here. Now that we're in the city of Temecula, an upscale community, you know, with a lot of housing tracts and HOAs, and people when they travel through here, especially this parking lot, they wonder, why is this weird wall around this just isolated piece of property? And sometimes they'll find out why, that it's a historic cemetery, you know.
I think that people that are in these businesses, and they would be blown away. They would be sad if they actually knew what it was, which they don't. They don't know it's there, and you know, ignorance is bliss.
This was a pre-existing ceremonial area, and when the massacre happened in 1846, many of the bodies were brought back here, and you know, its use was continued, but in a different form. And so the tribe had to fight really hard to preserve this little half-acre site. We were here with archaeologists, you know, because as developers, they want to make the site as small as they can get so they can develop everything. And so they were doing testing around the area and bringing it in to determine the size. And there was a lot of things here that we found. In the corner behind me, we saw evidence of cremations. So things like that tells us that this is a much older site.
So during construction, snow fence is put up, and then chain link fence for the actual area that's getting developed or not getting developed. So you have a good line. You know, people won't with equipment won't go past. And they said that they could see remains outside of what's now the gate and the fence. So yeah, that's a real important aspect that we don't talk about too much.
We capped it. There's about 4 feet of fill on this area, so we're higher than the rest of the area. And that was mainly to stop pot hunters and people that wanted to dig up Indian skulls.
Okay, so I don't want to go and show all that stuff right there, but I'm going to show you this video, and I wanted to wait till the end because I did not know if I would get blocked. Okay. I hope not. Matter of fact, you know what? Before I do that, oh, here it goes. Because I said I was going to play that at the end. Yeah, I said I was. Is it? There they go. A second. I said I was going to play this at the. I almost forgot about it. Give me a second. I said I was going to play this at the end. I almost forgot about it. All right, so let's see if they don't say nothing to this video. Now, I do want to say this to the brother asking, are Palestinians part of the 12 tribes? You know, I know that we're scattered, bro. And me personally, based on the scriptures that I have found and on migration, and what is going on in certain regions, and how we have a lot in common. Well, not a lot in common, but we have stuff in common with people of Palestine, not Israelis, right? I can't tell you that 100% every single one of them is our gente, but I believe that there are a decent portion. I'll show you guys a video of this right here. me see if I can get it. Hold on, let's see. I'm gonna show you guys something. If I can get it here. Okay, I put it here, I think. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna. What? I thought I downloaded it. Okay.
These names and
Let me see if I can actually play this
these
here.
these names and family stories have been killed.
All right, so I'm gonna try to.
These names and family. These names and family stories have been killed. We even do this. I just lost it. I don't.
Okay, so then we go here. All right, so let me play it here. All right, so I'm gonna show you something real quick. This lady's from Palestine, and I'm from Guadalajara, man, and I can. My family goes like back in history, like not history, but like I could say that like I'm not a I'm not a European, but some of my nieces and my daughters kind of resemble this lady, and let's listen to what she says. And again, I'm not here to convince nobody, bro. And even my DNA and not the migration that I found in the Bible, and then to top it all off, my DNA shows that that's where I migrated from as well, and not recently, more than 2,000 years ago. So it's like, I'm not putting anybody in any troll tribe chart or any particular chart. I'm just saying we're scattered, and I think it reflects on the Bible and reflects on, can you prove it outside of the curses too? Because we can prove it outside of the curses. We don't have to go to the curses, and I don't think they can. They don't have to go to the curses. You know what I mean? So it's like you got to really think thoroughly. Anyways, let's listen to this. This is interesting.
These names and family stories have been killed. We even do this. I just lost it. I don't want to be politically correct. No, every human matters. Alice in Bethlehem matters.
I don't know if you guys can see it. Hold on
every single.
Can you guys even see it? I think you guys can see it. Hold on. I hope you guys can see it. Because it's kind of weird the way it's showed on my screen. Okay. Okay, I guess you guys can see it. Let's go.
Girl that is being killed. Maryam that is. Been entitled and have dual
weird, man.
passports
It's kind of
and
weird
have
that
been,
I'm not able to.
spoiled all their lives. They are.
It's kind of weird that I'm not able to show it. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. It's all good. No big deal. I was just trying to say that.
They say history is written by the conquerors, the native people.
Obviously, not all my nieces look like that, but we have a variety of colors and features. And I wish I would have been able to show it, but I don't know why that didn't happen. Anyways, let's continue with this whole picture here. Now, all right. So since I couldn't show it, it's all good. Let's move on. Last one. Let's see if I'm allowed. This one's important, okay? This one is the one that matters. Well, I don't want to say it matters the most, but this is important here because hopefully they don't black us. All right, it's about 36 minutes long. Got the English subtitle. Oh, let me put it in Spanish for the brothers that don't hablan English. Espérenme, ¿dónde está? Okay, here goes in Spanish. No, güey, esa no es. Not that one. Sudanese. ¿Cómo que Sudanese, güey? Which is Spanish. There it goes right there. All right, let's see. Enjoy this. This should take about 30 minutes, less than 30, and then we're done. It's almost 1 o'clock. We'll be done by 1:30, and then that's it, man. Hope you guys can get it. Listen, it's all documentary stuff today because we're going to tackle some real stuff on Friday. All right, let's go.
The United States of America has long billed itself as a land of opportunity, as a beacon of freedom to the world and a shelter for those fleeing the persecution and tyranny of distant shores. A city on the hill, whose noble character is best embodied by the Statue of Liberty and the immortalized words of Emma Lazarus inscribed into her pedestal. Give us your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. There's just one small caveat.
Well, of course, that poem was referring back to people coming from Europe.
In the US, opportunity has always been encoded into race. European settlers arriving on its shores were granted the opportunity for free land, provided they were willing to help slaughter that land's original inhabitants. Their descendants were offered the opportunity to own slaves and the right to kill, beat, or rape them with total impunity, provided they agreed to help hunt down any other slaves that tried to escape. Even today, despite the declining premium placed on their European heritage, white Americans still enjoy the opportunity to live without the constant fear of being executed by police during a random traffic stop or deported while attempting to pick their kids up from school.
Children effectively abandoned because their parents were swept up.
For centuries, the implicit bribe of white supremacy has served as the primary anchor for social control in the so-called United States. Although it has assumed different forms over the years, the maintenance and perpetuation of this internal caste system has always remained a top priority of the ruling class. Politicians have used it as a tool to project white working class fear, paranoia, and anger onto perceived racial enemies, both foreign and domestic. Under the Trump administration, this practice has assumed a particularly blunt and vicious character. From his calls to expand the wall on the US-Mexico border, to his zero-tolerance policy that helped spawn a vast network of privatized detention camps, Donald Trump has consistently sought to ratchet up tensions between his increasingly unhinged base and the migrants and refugees chasing the promise of a better life. Over the next 30 minutes, we'll take a closer look at this wave of racist, anti-migrant sentiment coursing through American society. Along the way, we'll talk to a number of individuals as they share their experiences of resisting the border, supporting undocumented detainees, fighting back against La Migra, and making a whole lot of trouble.
Some of the historical context that we need to address in regards to immigration from Latin America to the US are the fact first that our entire continent was invaded by the Europeans, taking over. There was genocide, stealing of the lands, the creation of the global north based on colonization, taking over our wealth and savaging our resources.
The border that is an act of violence, it is an act of colonization that affects mestizos, it affects indigenous people, it affects everybody. It affects our river because the river is treated differently as soon as it crosses the imaginary line.
You know, I have to pause it for the first time. I've never heard somebody say it just so like that. How come it was never?
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Yeah, it's gonna hurt, man. Basically, bluntly said it. Yeah, there's a lot of questioning involved in your superiority complex.
The border region is an area where these colonial regimes are competing for territory and competing for legitimacy, and they create their legitimacy based on occupying indigenous land and trying to delegitimize indigenous sovereignty. Once we realize that that's the fundamental core of the colonial project, we can start thinking about taking down these borders.
The U.S. policy nowadays under Trump has not really shifted. It is not a break from previous administrations. It's built based on previous administrations. The tragedy of the Twin Towers was the excuse to create the Department of Homeland Security.
He's got a point, because the fucking czar of Donald Trump was the immigration policy, whatever, for Obama, Bin Laden. Yeah, the black man. He was the one that deported the most of our people. And guess who he used? Yeah, the same guy that Donald Trump's going to use with a aggressive, hateful, approach towards our people. Who got him prepped? The so-called black man. Do not be surprised in this channel when I bring you fucking facts. Matter of fact, if anything, be offended. And if you like being offended, you're on the right channel.
Was the excuse to create immigration customs enforcement, and it was the excuse to privatize immigration detention.
The U.S. is the largest consumer of illicit drugs. The drug market is what's replacing the agricultural economies of Latin America. The only way for people to economically survive in a lot of locations is through drug trafficking. Drug trafficking is taking over their areas and pushing them out. And so people are coming here fleeing, the gangs and the cartels.
When I was in detention, I got to know a lot of people from El Salvador who were fleeing police violence and gang violence. And a big part of the stories and those conversations that we had were about how United States foreign policy and intervention have created those conditions for that violence to take place. It's easier to risk crossing the border and living a life without documentation than to stay at home.
A lot of women who are victims of sexual assault and domestic violence fleeing those situations, trying to come to a safer location. You also have a lot of queer, trans, LGBTQ folks who are also fleeing situations of violence and extreme discrimination where they're not able to find employment, they're afraid to leave their houses. A lot of the folks coming across have been already victimized by a hate crime. Border militarization and state violence against immigrants are always linked together. And border militarization is military occupation of indigenous land. And people seem to forget that when we talk about the immigration issue. And there's these calls to reinforce the border, secure the border, militarize the border. That border is tribal land, and there are tribal communities along that border. And so what you're doing when you're calling for those things is calling for the military occupation of those indigenous communities. And so indigenous communities feel the brunt of the immigration repression in a way that no other community in the U.S. does.
President Obama signed into law a $600 million bill to deploy some 1,500 new Border Patrol agents and law enforcement officials along the border, as well as 2 aerial surveillance drones.
The state controls movement, both Mexico and the United States. We have a situation where families are separated, and it's not just the family separation that you're seeing on the news, but we're talking about Opa families that have been separated for since the 1940s, have not been able to see each other. We're talking about relatives not being able to go to funerals. We're talking about traditional gatherings that will never be a tribal gathering because the whole tribe can't participate.
You see a lot of Native people going out to land that they know well and making sure that nobody's dying there, because this is sacred land. This is land that has nurtured people for thousands of years since creation, and it was never intended to be a space where people died crossing.
The lack of the ability to freely move has been detrimental to us. We have had, very recently, a tribal member die crossing the desert because the traditional routes up the river that would have been taken are so heavily controlled and militarized. It forces people to take dangerous corridors.
On August 8, 2019, U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement, or ICE, conducted the largest statewide immigration raid in American history. Over 600 federal agents targeted 7 food processing plants across 6 cities in Mississippi, detaining 680 undocumented workers. The raid took place on the first day of school, leaving many local children shocked and traumatized when their parents failed to pick them up after class and they were left with nowhere to go.
Let my parents be free. I need my dad for me. My dad didn't do nothing. He's not a criminal.
As one of his first acts in office, Donald J. Trump signed an executive order calling for the hiring of 10,000 new ICE agents and promising to speed up the deportation of those he's so fond of referring to as illegals. In the months and years that have followed, ICE has become the most hated federal agency in the United States. Liberals and so-called progressives have called for its abolition. A weeks-long series of protest encampments dubbed Occupy ICE broke out in cities across the country, temporarily blocking field offices and detention centers and slowing down operations. And more recently, ICE facilities and the homes of its agents have been hit by a wave of vandalism, sabotage, and other attacks.
A search is underway for one or more suspects the FBI says shot at an ICE office in San Antonio overnight. Agents worry there could be more attacks ahead.
In the coming years, as the American state continues to escalate its war on migrant communities, it's a fair bet that those who hunt down and deport people for a living will continue to face an escalation of their own. Let's hope so.
It's not coincidence that the first day of announcing his campaign, Trump went after my community. We figured this would be bad, but we didn't expect the intensity of this war against us so quickly. They're coming after us. They have no shame about it. They're very direct, very clear that they want us out. They're committing ethnic cleansing. The U.S. immigration system today is just one big department at federal level called Department of Homeland Security. Under this department, there are basically three main agencies. One is like the administrative agency that runs applications, fingerprints, etc. And they're called USCIS, or United States Citizenship and Immigration Services. The other two agencies that are separate, supposedly, are the enforcement agencies, which is the police. That is Customs and Border Protection, CBP, based on the borders and ports of entry, all the way inland for 100 miles. So that's a third of the country. And most of the big, important cities are within those 100 miles. So CBP has a lot of jurisdiction. And the other one is called Immigration Customs Enforcement, or ICE. They do the inland work of detention and deportations. ICE has also somehow a jurisdiction within the 100 miles. Sometimes it's hard to know if there's a difference between the two. Sometimes the only difference that we see is that CBP has uniforms and ICE doesn't. ICE usually runs in non-marked cars. They dress in civil clothing. When they're ready to do operations, then they wear vests that says police. They have deep collaboration with state agencies. They also receive a lot of information through surveillance and technology. They have a contract with Palantir, which is a software company that develops the apps for them to read, for example, the license plates of cars. They also use the Amazon cloud services for all their operations. They use social media. They're using facial recognition software. Amazon was trying to sell their facial recognition software to them. We don't know where that sale is at, but Amazon is not shy about it. They don't really care. So they became really sophisticated in the usage of high technology, so they can really find people anywhere. When I started this work in 2014 and I came out publicly as undocumented, I knew that they knew who I was. But I did not expect that they would just all of a sudden send me a letter on December 20th of 2017 to my house saying that they had begun deportation proceedings against me. La Resistencia decided that this was not about me, that we needed to use my case to elevate the work, and we wouldn't let ICE intimidate me or our group, and we would go on the offensive. So what we did is we came public, we announced what was happening. It was incredible, the response of the people, the community, not only here in Seattle or Washington, but throughout the nation. But we knew that I wasn't the only one. We learned of so many other colleagues and comrades throughout the nation that have been also targeted by ICE.
My family is originally from Mexico. We crossed over into El Paso when I was very young on a permit which eventually expired. For a majority of my life, I lived with no status, and then eventually in more recent years, I was able to go under DACA. In the United States, I was involved in various types of organizing. Part of that was building movement and resistance in my community against immigration and against police as a whole. I was taking part in an occupation outside of an ICE detention center, and one morning I left the camp, and as I was walking down the street, I was stopped by unmarked police vehicles with plainclothes officers. I was handcuffed and put into the back of a truck. From there, I was taken to the back of an abandoned Walmart where I was surrounded by various ICE and Homeland Security officers, both plainclothes and in armor. From there, I was taken to Pearsall Detention Center, about 40 minutes away. I was questioned by FBI agents about my involvement in movements, as they put it, and I was questioned about people I knew, people in the camp, and I was promised that if I was to give up information, that they could talk to an immigration judge and that it could really help my case. I didn't give up any information, and from there I was processed and sent down to Laredo. After I was sent down to Laredo, I was given a great legal team and we fought hard. However, we really didn't see any case where I could be free on that side of the border. And so after about 40 days in detention, I did ask for my deportation. I was given a 10-year ban from re-entering the United States and had to start a whole new life here in Mexico.
In June of 2018, the first images were broadcast of the debacle that eventually became known as the Trump administration's family separation policy. By the time the world saw the harrowing images of what was happening on the US southern border, over 2,700 children were already trapped in the system. This included dozens of children under the age of 5 who had been shipped off to buildings referred to in official state
I hope that's a joke, bro. Because you've been watching this channel for a little bit. I think you should know that answer by now. Your people understand that these territories, Texas, Cali, Arizona are actually, yeah, we've been knowing that. I don't think that a lot of you guys from up north know that we know that. I think that's the question that you guys should be answering yourselves. I don't think you guys know that we know that. Like really deeply know that because you're living in that territory that is stolen from us. I'm from down there, bro. We're looking from the bottom. We're looking from down. Like, hey, that's kind of ours. You're asking us who is not part of the stolen part of it, and it's kind of weird that you asked that. Anyways, maybe it's just the way you phrase it. But let's continue. I mean, we're almost done.
jargon as tender age facilities, but more popularly known as baby jails. The state-sanctioned policy of ripping children from their parents and detaining them in separate facilities was officially rescinded on June 20th, 2018.
So how come that makes it normal? Imagine if you were separating African-American kids with African-American parents, just like because they were black. Just because, he didn't like you because you're black. You're breaking laws and shit. You're going to stores and shit. How come we don't do that to them? You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't understand that. How come? Why are we making this so common for our people to be separated from our children? But if you say, hey, let me take a white man's kid, and a white woman's kid, put them in slavery, or a black man's kid and a white man's, wait, what the fuck? What are you saying? It's okay for us to go through that? Why is it okay for us to hear this shit in our minds? Like it's fucking normal. You guys not understand that our kids are listening to this shit too? If this affects adults, don't you think it affects children? I see that now. Right? You see what I'm saying? How come we don't fucking think of these things? It's time that our gente needs to wake the fuck up and start seeing and listening to what they're saying. Listen to what he just said.
Although detaining them in separate facilities, official state jargon as tender age facilities, but more popularly known as baby jails. The state-sanctioned policy of ripping children.
You see that racist piece of shit, that fucking racist Anglo-Saxon motherfucker that don't belong in this continent? Yes, I'm saying it. That racist piece of shit, and every wasp that loves to lick his balls. All of you foreign wetbacks need to understand that you are evil, wicked as fuck. To separate families because of color, not because of work or lack thereof. or because of the fact that we outwork you, we're just better than you, and you wanted to lean on some eugenics stupid concept that the elitists made you believe, when you really reflect on the entire nation, you guys are very not hygiene qualified. Make that make sense.
From their parents and detaining them in separate facilities was officially rescinded on June 20th, 2018, although the practice continues on a smaller scale. Meanwhile, the official state policy has shifted to detaining children alongside their parents indefinitely, or shipping them back to Mexican border towns where they will wait for years to have their asylum applications denied. The overcrowding and dehumanizing conditions found in migrant detention facilities perpetuates an increasingly racist and sadistic culture among the U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents tasked with overseeing them. This is clearly reflected in the reports of widespread sexual abuse being carried out against women and children in these family detention centers, and the details of a recent leak exposing the existence of a private Facebook group where agents were caught swapping racist anti-migrant memes and openly joking about raping their female critics in Congress. Profiting off this depravity are private detention contractors who continue to rake in hundreds of millions of dollars in government contracts each year.
You see prison buses constantly. You see these vehicles hauling away families en masse. And when you see those buses going by, when you see a family get arrested in front of your eyes, that in itself is colonial violence. There's a long history of putting prisoners all up and down the border, and it's because it's outside of the minds. You stick them in the middle of the desert, and you can do whatever you want.
These are often for-profit prisons, and they're maximizing their profits by packing more people than can fit in the facility, and then reducing to the bare minimum the amount of supplies that they give them.
The conditions in detention are there to create a sense of dread and a sense of desperation, and to make you lose hope about fighting your case. Anytime a guard knocks on the window or calls out your name, you're worried maybe you're getting moved somewhere, or you're going to court and aren't able to notify your lawyer, which happened to me very early on.
This policy of imprisoning folks in these squalid conditions is intentionally inflicting what will be historical trauma on this entire generation of migrants.
In the past, we didn't have privatized immigration detention. The detention was minimal. Deportations were minimal. It really ballooned under Obama. But what we have seen under the Trump administration is that they have utilized every single aspect of the immigration law and criminal law to expand this machine, to make it really a war on immigrants. We wanted to do a shutdown action outside the Northwest Detention Center in Tacoma. We wanted to bring light to what was happening in Washington State. So in February of 2014, 10 of us, including me and another colleague, that both of us were undocumented, shut down for a day deportations outside the detention center in Tacoma. We were able to stop 2 buses, and then when a small van was coming out trying to leave, 5 of us ran to the back to the small street to stop the little van that was trying to leave. I noticed how angry the driver of the bus was when he wasn't able to leave. But then right behind him, I could see hands moving, and the hands were really close to each other. I realized that there were people handcuffed, waving at us, moving their hands. And I couldn't see their faces, but I could see their hands moving. What we were doing was the right thing, although I was exposing myself to be arrested, detained, and possibly deported. About 2 weeks after we did that action, we got calls from radio stations, from relatives, from lawyers. Everybody were calling us saying there's a hunger strike in the detention center, and the people organizing it want to talk to you all.
What are the detainees trying to achieve with this hunger strike?
Sure. Well, this hunger strike started last Friday with reportedly some 1,200 detainees going on hunger strike. Basically, what they want is an end to all deportations across the country, and really an improvement to their conditions right now at the Pacific Northwest Detention Center, which is run by the...
I just want to say this. He that leadeth into captivity shall go to captivity. These Anglo-Saxons, these WASP, you got power right now, Anglo-Saxon. But he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. You that read the Bible, Anglo-Saxon wasp, should know what I'm saying. Enjoy what you're doing right now. If you believe in the Bible that you stole, you know, with your Constantine bullshit and all your King Rorik and all that dumbass shit. Yeah, that whole Trinity whatever, you know, Christmas Christian bullshit that you guys always bring.
Private prison contractor Geo Group.
The hunger strike lasted altogether 56 days. And after the hunger strike ended, we came together as a volunteer group and we decided that we wanted to continue. Our work is to shut down the detention center in Tacoma by following the leadership of those detained.
U13 News obtained this video from the July 13th rampage. And Tacoma police say around 4 o'clock that morning, 69-year-old Willem Van Spronsen from Vashon Island attacked the facility. He was armed with a rifle and firebombs, and police say he set fire to his own vehicle during the chaos, which is what you see here. Officers responded, shots were fired, and Van Spronsen died at the scene.
Who was Will? We don't know. We never met him. We learned of his name the day that he was killed by Tacoma Police Department outside the detention center in Tacoma. We learned that he was an anarchist that had joined some local groups. Obviously, we were extremely sad. A lot of people might want us to condemn what he did. We believe that we shouldn't police other people's actions. I personally think he did what he felt was needed. And although I don't understand it, I feel a lot of pain for his death. Again, for us, it just reflects the frustration that so many have throughout the country because we're getting to levels of violence that we have never seen before.
She's got a point. There's been shootings, deaths, suicide, 9 of them, or 10 of them so far, and it's barely the 9th of this year. Hurricanes, earthquakes, and fires. It's barely 9 days into the so-called New Year. Yeah, you guys are in it for a good ride.
If we aren't willing to challenge the infrastructure, if we're not willing to take action to decrease the profit margins for the companies that are profiting off of these camps, then we're not really doing anything effective. Protesting, blocking a parking lot, trying to make the employees feel bad isn't going to work. They're profiting off of it. They've been profiting off of it for the last 20 years. But cutting into the pocketbook of these corporations and these agencies is going to be the only way that these camps are going to be abolished.
Crowds of asylum seekers standing for hours in a parking lot that's been hastily retrofitted into a makeshift detention camp. A terror-stricken woman clutching her children's hands as she runs from clouds of tear gas at the San Diego-Tijuana border crossing. A mass shooting at a Walmart justified by a delusional claim of self-defense against a perceived migrant invasion. As scenes like these become increasingly normalized, the myth of the American dream slowly dies, bleeding out on the pavement in real time. Recoiling from the sinking realization of what their country is capable of, liberals and so-called progressives ignore the reality of what it's always been. Rather than coming to terms with the evil that is the United States of America, they place their faith in the liberal coastal enclaves of so-called sanctuary cities and pin their hopes on the 2020 elections. But no matter the outcome of the next election, this problem did not begin and won't end with Donald Trump. The American state will continue to create more refugees, and it will continue to use the specter of those refugees to justify further militarizing its borders. The sooner that people come to terms with this fact, the sooner they can figure out what they're willing to do about it.
Border organizing needs to be a little bit more fluid across the board. We really need to step away from identifying our individual anti-border imperialism movements by imperial definitions. You know, when we only organize on the US side or only organize on the Mexico side, that's going to limit us. If you look at the effective labor movements that were happening, especially at the turn of the 20th century in Arizona, it was a mixture of Mexican and American people that were coming together and organizing. Now, us tribes, we've always had that cross-border because we have family on both sides, and so those familial connections run deep.
When we get together and think about how does this state violence impact us in different ways, and how can we actually have the difficult conversations that we need to have between people coming from different experiences, then we can actually take the system down. So when I've sat in conversations where I've seen tribal communities, migrant communities actually sit down and have difficult conversations about settler colonialism, about what does it mean to be in our different positionalities and historical experiences, and how we're often pitted against each other for our own survival. And once we realize that, this is a divide and conquer tactic, and we sit down and confront it and think about, okay, how are we each complicit in each other's repression? How can we undo that complicity? How can we actually have solidarity for each other? So I think that there's a lot that can come out of that once we realize that we can actually move as a community and build things as a community and provide for each other as a community. If we get enough people, we can take down these systems, we can take down these prisons.
Yeah, but it ain't just white people, bro. That's what I'm hearing this channel pushing. Every other channel aims at white folks, or white folks races at black folks, or you know what I mean, or whatever. Nah, man. Both of those fuckers work together to do what they do. Do not ever believe that they did not. And if you do, then you're probably part of that 12 chart shit. Because us indigenous brothers and sisters know the history, especially if you get the chance to read books in Spanish that are from down south, not Americanized. So anyways, let's continue. We're almost done.
If you don't have connections throughout the colonial states, and you're not actively working against that colonial border from both sides, then you're only looking at half the equation. If you don't have comrades on the Mexico side that have a safe house for you, and vice versa, if you don't have a safe house on this side for them, then you're not thinking about things outside of the imperial narrative, and that lacks efficacy.
It's very simple. Listen to people detained. That's what we do. We listen to people detained. We follow their leadership. We all want that place shut down, but we believe, as Cipriano Rios Alegría, one of the best organizers inside, one of the best hunger strikes organizers ever, he told us the walls are coming down and they're crumbling from the inside, but they need a push from the outside. It's important to understand the reasons why the place exists in the first place, why it was built in Tacoma, why it's still there, why the city of Tacoma hasn't shut it down, why Washington State lives with this place, this sore in our midst. But it's also important to understand that we shouldn't be arrogant to think that we know what to do or that we have the solution. The experts are inside the detention center, and we need to listen to them.
We have a lot of well-meaning white comrades who try to come out and they want to help with the border, and so they're going to do something like a water drop. And sometimes that's good. No More Deaths really is on point with their work, but a lot of people just come out and they'll drop water in a place where there's not really any migrants crossing or something like that, and it's just kind of you really need to be talking to the locals. You need to be talking to the indigenous people who know that area, who know where the need is, who know what specific infrastructure is being utilized to oppress people, and you need to be basically asking what can we do to work with the local communities instead of trying to become this outside force that's coming in to exert your own power. Autonomy needs to come from a cooperative effort of all parties involved, but especially those that are directly affected by border imperialism and border violence.
So for people that want to get involved, become involved with La Resistencia, because we have created a system where we call the inside-outside, where we know how to connect with people detained. At the end of the day, when people call us from the detention center, which they call us every day, every hour, the way we introduce ourselves is, we're volunteers and we're people del pueblo.
Mi gente, por ahí andan las noticias que según quieren deportar a toda la raza trabajadora y les hicimos este corrido, compa Kevin.
Para que le pongan oído, dice más o menos así, compadre. Años tengo trabajando de este lado, buscando el mentado sueño americano.
Los gringos aquí ya no nos quieren, que según les estorbamos.
Se menciona mucho en los noticieros hay muchos mitotesos del gobierno.
Resulta ya quieren deportarme, en eso no estamos de acuerdo.
Resulta que por ser inmigrante mi valor es insignificante. Si supieran lo que batallamos para salir adelante.
Ya con Diaz salimos a chambear, no creo que nadie le hagamos mal. Ya quisiera verlos trabajando como lo hace este ilegal. ¿Y qué culpa tenemos nosotros los inmigrantes por querer buscar nuestros sueños? ¡Ánimo, mi gente! Y no se me rajen.
Y así suenan los de la norte, compa Jesús Méndez. Puro elegante récord, mi viejo. ¡Ay, ay, ay!
Unos días no duermo y otros como mal, pa' que a mi familia nada le pueda faltar.
Se murió mi madre y a mi padre, espero volverlo a mirar.
Canto por mi gente, no se vayan a agüitar, que Diosito es grande y de esta ley nos va a salvar.
Nomás acuérdense de Florida, nos volvieron a ocupar.
Resulta que por ser inmigrante mi valor es insignificante. Si supieran lo que hemos sufrido para salir adelante.
De con día salimos a chambear, no creo que nadie le hagamos mal. Ya quisiera verlos trabajando como lo hace este ilegal.
Mesta Sugama Claudia Shemo ya utayu. Shabete ya comera javeni, que no pocayu, tita pero bien que ac.
De donde soy, no nos rajamos, cualquier tierra la trabajamos.
El sacrificio jamás es en vano, que hasta el espacio hemos llegado.
Where we are from, no nos rajamos, and what we dream of lo realizamos. Gran paisano, hermano, amigo, soy mexicano. Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera. Verde, blanco y rojo lo llevo en las venas. Como el águila volamos sin fronteras. Rompemos la malla que separa tierras. Y nacimos con legado de grandeza. Extraño mi rancho, también mi familia, pueblo querido que no se me olvida. Aunque de este lado me trajo la vida, siempre paradela como Pancho Villa. Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera. Verde, blanco, rojo lo llevo en las venas. Como el águila volamos sin fronteras. Rompemos la malla que separa tierras. Y nacimos con legado de grandeza.
Nuestras mujeres y madres inmigrantes, un ejemplo de fuerza y valor. ¡Y que viva México!
Y aunque el acta diga americano, hay en puro mexicano.
Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera. Verde, blanco y rojo lo llevo en mis venas.
Como el águila volamos sin fronteras. Rompemos la malla que separa tierras y nacimos con legado de grandeza. Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera. Verde, blanco y rojo
Si tú vives en California.
Viven huyendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it mood, that's so real. Love is man, I never fear, never, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre para favor, no. Tú podrás por mí traicionar a tu familia, matar tu brazo en iglesia, vos sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rastafarian familia. Familia, familia, Magna Boy son familia, ya no maniga.
هواجالي شو من حالي وشو من حالي هلي بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي والي جاي الدنيا يوم وباقي سالي ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري هواجالي شو من حالي وشو من حالي هلي بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي والي جاي الدنيا يوم وباقي سالي ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري Tuve un sueño donde no había amor se perdía el color de una flor se marchaba lentamente con el sol en el horizonte hacer algo para calmar en mi dolor y es por eso que le pongo flow viviendo alto siempre Burruco bimba y es que todo por la familia Burruco bimba y es por eso vengo a bendecir Burruco bimba y es que todo por la familia Burruco bimba y es por eso vengo a bendecir
Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rastafarian familia. Familia, familia, Magna Boy son familia, ya no maniga.
Magna super slalom, subiendo a nuevo escalón. Metallic in the salon, esquivo like sin Stallone. Esos stage van del palo, pero bitch no rascan balón. Aunque me enrollo nada, cáñamo, nunca me paro. Aunque van tras de mí, no se pueden medir. Buscan el elixir, está metalizado. Y es que yo soy así, no van a descubrir sexy flow y skill con este descaro. Su familia necesita de ti, Figaro. Burruco Connection, Antarctic Field, dígalo. A mí nadie diaria de París, día yo. Los magnates han llegado, están aquí, dígalo. Para soportar el dolor como no imaginas es la vida en ámbar. Aunque creas que no puedes tú solo con la movida. Yo llevaré tus bambas. Familia, familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, familia. It's original, man. Familia, familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, familia. Yo soy un rocket, ellos abrilia. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea, melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el teto para que no se caiga. Son los Magna de Boss Final. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea, melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el teto para que no se caiga. Son los Magna de Boss Final. Disparo a millas sin mirar y sin mirar sin asimilar que es la puta herida de tu vida hurgo. Los manates la chatarrilla hacen pa' pillar piltrafillas. Tres donos nos pilla y se va con la furgo. Te hará falta una pedicura y una cura si se apura. Quizás llega la locura de mi turbo. Dale vueltas a la partícula, deja ya la mandíbula quieta que sola llega a Luxemburgo.
Niño, prepara la compota que la pera pata.
Pero vinimos a mejorarla.
Pa' hablar por mi familia y tengo autoridad.
Saben que no puedo cagarla.
Si pones ritmo y los manos les tocan cuatro patas. ¿Quieres esa vaina para probarla? Todo aquel en el party donde sacata. Guata que el guatan alma. Viven muriendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it mood, that's so real. Love is man, I never fear, never, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre para favor, no. Tú podrás por mí traicionar a tu familia, matar tu brazo en iglesia, vos sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rastafarian familia. Familia, familia, ya no maniga.
Bombo cry, sing it, sing it, sing it, sing it, cross the line on them. Warfare, vengo con los míos, magna que cual fire them, fire them. Bombo cry, sing it, sing it, sing it, sing it, cross the line on them. Warfare, vengo con los manas y saqué cual fire them, fire them. I could stop, shut up on the microphone ballad, and the smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap. Bang bang in the street, fire burn it, fill it with. Rastaman and what Illuminati play the kill. On the microphone ballad, and the smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap. Bang bang in the street, fire burn it, fill it with. Key Cray is a king, Magnus thing. Nobody no kill them. In a crazy style. Chale no fire them. It's a Rasta ganja. Nobody no kill them. It's a crispy style. Tally the fire cream. It's a Rasta ganja. Familiar, Rasta chai is familiar. Key Cray is familiar. Pure nego is familiar. Sico, Key Magneto, familiar. Es el que está a la mínima. Familia, compactar más cristaleras. Familia, Rasta y Zion familia. Magna boy que te aplasta, nego.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.